Tribune. Tribune. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here today. Happy Monday. I hope you're all having an excellent week so far, and if you're not, I hope I can, in some small way, help make it a little bit better. We're going to be talking about fossil science today, as we usually do. And, yeah, it should be kind of a loosey-goosey stream, maybe extra interactive today. So, again, I'm glad you've shown up. And look who else is showing up right now. Hello, Sweetie Pie. Bright and early, right at the beginning of stream. If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
You should enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
It's true, Bullfinch. Thank you for the 3 months of support. Thanks for helping us all enjoy science a little bit more. Thanks for helping make these broadcasts possible through your support. I appreciate that a lot. I feel like I've had tremendous privilege in being able to pursue a career in science. Not everybody is able to do that, and I want to share that with you as much as I can. So, hence these live streams, whether we're here in the office in the San Francisco Bay Area, or whether we're out in the field digging up dinosaurs, or whether we're visiting museums or interviewing other paleontologists or whatever. The whole point of these broadcasts is to give you an inside peek into how fossil science really works. I think Twitch is kind of the perfect medium for that because of this interactive element. You can ask questions and get them answered live. This is a conversation rather than a lecture, and I really enjoy that, and I'm glad so many other folks do too. Like I said, on today's stream, we don't really have a rigid set topic. We might be continuing that documentary that we got about halfway through on Thursday about the evolution of birds from dinosaurs. But we'll also be looking at some fossil news, and then whatever questions you might have, we'll be going over those too. So, yeah, good stuff. My favorite interactive podcast, says Casey Snowhart. It's good to see you, Casey. I'm glad I was able to catch the very tail end of your stream today, too. I hope it went really well. And excellent, Alexander. It's good to have you here also. Who else do we have here in the chat? I saw, I think Matt M33 and Kodali. Bright and early, as usual. And thank you, Tone Rebellion. Hey.
Starting a fund to buy more dental treats for Paleo Sweetie Pie.
Tone Rebellion, thank you for those 100 bits.
Observation. You couldn't see a thing. Conclusion. Dinosaurs.
And Gender is Abstract, thank you for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It's good to have you here. Welcome. We will get Sweetie Pie here some treats in just a minute, but what have we got here in the chat? Niffler and Lenina, Matt M33, and Arle. Dad, how are you doing? It's good to see you too. Apris0311, Lapa New Year, Gucci Clone, Go for Fluffernut, Squiggles to Gobbo, Diagonal, Kepper MN. Ken, how are you doing? Ken, you startled me today. I get a text message from Ken at like 10:37 a.m. today. Ken is a fellow paleontologist. I work with Ken in the field. We had both submitted abstracts to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, which is going to be held in Birmingham in the UK this year. I submitted mine in early June, right? A couple days before the deadline, maybe. And I get a text message from Ken this morning saying, "Danny, did your abstract get accepted?" So right that instant, I jump into my email and I'm looking around. I search SVP abstracts, and nothing. And I'm like, what's going on? Ken heard about his abstract and I didn't. Did I submit it incorrectly? Like, what's the deal here? Did I mess this up? And then I refresh my email account, and there it is right at the top. Ken had texted me like the moment he found out about his, apparently. I thought maybe I'd done something wrong. Somehow there was a goof or something, but no, it was right there. So I'm going to Birmingham this year. Going to be attending the 85th or 86th annual Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. There we go. Yeah. Good stuff. 85th. So anyway, I'm excited about that. It's gonna be really good. So anywho, yeah, Ken, you startled me, but I'm glad you're going too. I'm excited. Excited to see you there. Who else do we have in the chat? Adita Yokar, Beyond the Grave, Pursue, Claire Burr. How are you doing, Claire? Duris Magnus. Howdy, howdy. Gazorper, Cold Duck Soup, Fall Machine, Charlie's Dragon. Hello, hello, everybody. It's good to see you all. Halle Berry, what's shaking with you? Wolvulus. Hello, hello. Celebrating my B-Day with you guys. Holy cow, happy birthday to you, Wolvulus. I'm flattered that you'd spend part of your birthday with us here. That's wonderful. Very happy birthday to you. I hope your next trip around the sun is your best one yet. Thanks for being here. Let's see. Who else have we got? Fespi, hello, hello. The Trek Nerd, what's shaking? Murph, always good to see you, Murph. I hope things are good. Wombat Hole, Sir Yogi One, Bush Doctor, So Spartan. How is everybody? Yeah. April says, today I learned that Johnny Cash is Team Dinosaur. That's a real song, by the way. It's kind of annoying that in this age of, like, AI, LLM fakery and stuff, that people assume that that's... I don't know, people might think that that's some sort of AI hallucination or something, but no, the Dinosaur Song by Johnny Cash, real song, off his 1975 children's album. Yeah. Off the Johnny Cash official website there. Yeah. Daily Dasp, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Yeah. And why do I not have treats diagonal? All right, sweetie pie. Let's get you some treats.
I tell my kids you have to remember, dinosaurs and human beings lived on the earth at the same time.
Yo, boy.
What, like the Flintstones?
Mechaholic, thank you for the 47 months. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mechaholic. How are you doing? Good stuff. All right, sweetie pie. It's time for sweetie treats, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah. You ready for some treats, sweetie pie? All right, let's make that happen. Come here. Ooh, look at this. Ooh. Whoa, that's a lot. Here, let's put some of those back.
Here's some objects, gorgeous gargantuans and authentic, because though they died out so long ago, their fossil
Thanks to
bones
Atelina
remain,
for
so
my
we know
subgift.
just what they were like
Paleo
and
dance,
can even
paleo
sculpt
dance,
them
paleo
out.
Oh, thank you, Reiko. Holy cow.
Life.
I appreciate you, Reikadactylus, and thank you so much for the 17 months of support. Really appreciate that, Reiko. And also, thank you for the book recommendation earlier, too. Lordy told me that that you had a suggestion for some reading for an upcoming stream. So I went ahead and ordered that book from my local independent bookseller. And that's going to be really good. I'm sure I'll make an official announcement about this. Soon. But, yeah. We'll be, well, yeah. Thank you, Reiko, for this. I'm excited to get it and, look into that. New book just came out in May. All about how complicated and wishy-washy biological sex can be. Far from being like a binary, turns out nature is much more complicated and fascinating than just that. So we'll be talking about that on an upcoming stream. We're going to be doing a Raid Train fundraiser for an organization called Queer Care. It's going to be in, what is it, August 30th, I think? It'll be a Saturday, so we'll be having a special 2-hour stream for that. It's going to be good stuff. Yeah. Anywho. Reiko says, I hope you enjoyed. I really like the author's work and figured given the topic you'd enjoy reading it. Yeah, it should be really informative. Looking forward to it. Yeah. But, yeah. Lordy said she's crafting a blurb. Yes, indeed, Claire Burr. And what do you mean by spectrum? So a spectrum is something, MMN man, where it's not like a cut and dry this or that. It's like a gradient. So it fades from one extreme to another, I suppose. And there's a bunch of in-betweens like that. And it's the same thing with biological sex, whether we're talking about human beings or whether we're talking about other organisms. Nature is far more messy and complicated and complex than that. So we'll be talking all about it. Like, great, exactly, MMN man, yeah. And that's not to say that there aren't different poles there, different ends of that spectrum. But there's a lot more gray area than I think a lot of people are comfortable admitting. So we'll be talking about that. It's going to be good. Yeah. And there you go, Ricadactylus. Yeah, the boundary between red and orange is pretty fuzzy. It's a good way to put it. Yeah, there's a bunch of nuance there, says Alexander Morrison. Bingo. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah, lots of divisions. Sure, I'm amendment, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so we'll be talking about all that kind of thing in a couple weeks. I'll make an official announcement later on. But I wanted to point out... Trek Nerd makes a good point. Humans like to think in binary, but that's seldom how reality is. Oh, yeah. We, as human beings, love to take natural phenomena and put them into neat, tidy little boxes. But that's not often how nature really works. Turns out there's a lot of gray areas. A lot of different parts of nature. A lot of in-betweens. A lot of, like I said, complexity. Whether we're talking about species concepts, whether we're talking about states of matter, whether we're talking about examples in physics or chemistry or paleontology. It turns out the natural world is, it has a tendency to defy our neat little categories we try to force it into, you know? Yeah. And Ricadactylus says, there's an old saying that the job of science is to carve nature at its joints. Ugh. But there's a rejoinder that points out nature is under no obligation to have joints. There you go. Yeah. Ooh, I'm picturing a dissection of nature and like... Yeah. And there you go, Golganek, exactly. Yeah. And there you go, Diagonal, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Before I forget, I want to give a big shout out to Lordy for putting together this beautiful stamp right here. Those of you who've been around for a while know that I'm currently trying to get involved with leatherback turtle conservation. This is like my new big thing since returning from Puerto Rico in May. Leatherback turtles are these incredible animals that I was talking with Jim Kirkland on the phone about this yesterday. He's like, that is the closest thing that we have to a, like, proper Mesozoic marine reptile. These incredible animals. They are just so incredibly cool.
The greatest of all the reptiles, the dinosaur, was king.
And Creatrix, Brett, thank you so much for the 40 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Brett. Great to have you here. Appreciate you, Brett. Oh, I need to get back to your DM on Blue Sky, don't I, Brett? Shoot. Things have been so busy. But yeah, I'll get back to you. Anywho, leatherbacks, just truly extraordinary animals. Just incredible critters. They are still around today. The world's largest living turtle. The only member of their family. They've been around for about 80 million years as a family. And Dermachelys coriacea, the modern leatherback turtle, is the last one of its group. It's the last of its kind, and they are in a steep decline population-wise. Or I should say that different populations around the world, whether it's the Eastern Pacific population or the Caribbean nesting population or whatever, they're all declining in number. And we could very well lose them entirely this century if we don't do something now to help conserve these critters. So I'm trying to get involved with various conservation groups, and it's my ambition to do a streaming arc about this. A bunch of leatherback turtle conservation streams, interviewing experts, going over the fossil history of these critters, maybe even going out into the wild and seeing some of them in person and trying to live stream that. But I want to do what I can to try and help save these creatures. So that's something that's going to be coming up. I'm working out a bunch of the details right now, but I'm excited. And Lordy very kindly put together a stamp for me. She hand-carved this. And I am super excited. Check this out. That is a homemade leatherback turtle stamp. So she actually carved a rubber stamp for me. I gave her an image to pull from, and this is the result. So, pretty darn cool, right? Just phenomenal. Yeah. Neat stuff. And Shark Geek, yeah, there are leatherbacks that nest in Florida too. With any luck, might even be traveling to Florida for some live streams at some point. Again, there's a lot of details that need to be worked out, but yeah. But yeah, and Wolvulus says, I'm working as a volunteer with an association in Tunisia to protect egg sites of Caretta caretta. Caretta caretta is the... Is that the loggerhead? Caretta caretta. It is the loggerhead, yeah. Very nice. Cool, loggerheads have got a pretty big head. That's why they're called that. Really, really neat. That's awesome, Wolvulus. Big paleo salute to you. Excellent. Anywho, yeah. And there you go, F. Edgar. Yes, yes, indeed. Anywho, super cool stuff. So yeah, we'll be talking a lot more about leatherbacks in the future. This is just kind of a little teaser for right now. Oh, and I'll give you a link to a little documentary about them as well from the early 2000s if you're curious. We'll watch this at some point on stream, but if you're really interested in leatherbacks, maybe bookmark that for now. Yeah. And Beyond the Grave, I just ordered that book this morning from my my local independent bookseller. I could have ordered it off Amazon and had it here tomorrow, but you know, they really don't need any more of my money. I'd much rather support a local Bay Area retailer. But yeah, it should be here in a couple weeks. I'm excited to read it. The only thing that I don't like about that... I've heard good things about that book, but the subtitle, In Pursuit of Earth's Last Dinosaur, is, it's incorrect, because the turtles are not dinosaurs. Not at all. That's the only reason I haven't purchased that book until right now. Till this morning, but I don't know. I've ordered it. It'll be arriving in the next couple weeks. I'll read it. I'm hoping the rest of the book is better than the title there. But yeah. And Daily Dasp says, I wish I was more educated in the subject of how old the Earth is. Ooh, Daily Dasp. Thanks for saying that. Shoot, let's get into that a little bit, shall we? And also, everybody, let me know if you happen to see Kennedy in the chat. Kennedy 104? Because I got an envelope in the mail from Kennedy, and I went to the P.O. box recently. And I want to open that up. There we go. I appreciate, Dasp, you expressing your curiosity about that, because that's an excellent subject to start on for today. And unfortunately, you'll find a lot of misinformation on this on places like YouTube. You'll see stuff from young Earth creationists. In fact, those are some of the... Oh boy, those are some of the top results, unfortunately. Kent Hovind, convicted felon. Yeah. Man, this guy too. Also, there's so much misinformation about this, so I'm really thrilled to be able to talk about it briefly. Rip. There we go.
The Earth is 4.565 billion years old.
And I think it's actually been revised upward a little bit since then. 4.565. I think it's a little bit... But anyway, when we say this, we're not just like throwing numbers out. This is based on dozens of different lines of evidence that all converge on the same answer. In science, we're all about testing ideas using evidence. Other ways of knowing are different. They might be arguments from authority. They might be arguments based on, hunches or feelings or something like that. But that's what sets science apart. Science is about trying to figure out what's true by testing ideas, running experiments, evaluating different lines of evidence and trying to disprove them. And if you can't disprove them, try as you might. And if nobody else can disprove them, well, it might be because, they might be true. These are like lofty concepts right here. The nature of science. But I hope that this helps illustrate that a little bit. Let's continue.
Years old, give or take a couple million years or so. How do scientists know that? There's no established in plaque stuck on a cliff somewhere.
Nope.
No, geologists got there thanks to a handful of radioactive elements. With radiometric dating, scientists can put an age on dinosaurs and, yes, even good old Mother Earth. So how do you date a rock? Well, it's gonna take some good chemistry.
Yeah, there you go, DM Wing. Yeah.
Date the Earth. Archbishop James Usher.
And hang on, Wolvila says that video with the football field and the different landmarks is very good too. Isn't that great? Yeah. That's really cool for like explaining the history of the Earth and giving some perspective on that. But how do we know how old the Earth is in the first place? How have we come to these conclusions? Well, way back in the day, this guy, Archbishop James Usher, he tried to figure it out by what else? Looking at a bunch of words in the Bible and trying to add them up in order to come up with an age for the Earth. It was a valiant effort for the time. This is way back in the 1700s. So it's a starting point, but maybe not the best methodology. Here.
Usher famously used the Bible and a host of other historical documents to settle on the evening of October 22nd, 4004 BC. He was off by just a little bit.
What's really funny is that it was so exact. It was like, 9 in the morning, October 22nd, 4004 BC or whatever. I think he really, really wanted to come up with an extremely precise answer. And so that's what he did. But it wasn't actually based on anything real.
Started to get more scientific during the...
Yeah. And let's see. Killer87, if you wouldn't mind trying to, if it's possible, type in English, we'd appreciate that, because I have no idea what you're saying.
Industrial Revolution. Geologists looking at layered rocks realized they were formed from gradual deposition of sand, silt, and other sediment, and that must have taken a long, long time. Once scientists came around to the idea, they tried some new approaches to deciding its age. Lord Kelvin...
And Rakadactylus says the illusion of certainty is a giveaway that someone isn't doing real science. Exactly. Yeah. In science, like, when you actually hear scientists speak on certain topics, we often say things like, well, we think this, or the evidence seems to point to that, or it can be kind of rare that we speak in very, very certain terms. one of the cornerstones of science is humility, humbleness, being able to admit that we don't know everything, you know? So when someone says something like, oh, well, the Earth was formed at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning on October 22nd, 4004 BC, that kind of precision and certainty is something that's that you should be suspicious of, as Reiko points out. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Kelvin had an idea to date the Earth by figuring out how much...
And there you go, Halle Berry. Exactly. Yeah. Whoop.
He settled on somewhere between...
So anyway, this is kind of fast-forwarding pretty quickly. So people realize that, oh, shoot, you've got all these different layers of rock, and many of them are consistent across the globe. Like, they come in a consistent order oftentimes. Like, that's really interesting. And we can watch sediment being deposited in certain places on Earth today, and it's generally a pretty slow process. Maybe this also extends into the past. So it got people thinking, maybe these rocks took a long time to form, you know? Oh, and shoot, you're totally right. I'm sorry about that, Wolvulus. The text is moving too fast. Apologies, Wolvulus. My bad. Let's continue.
Sediment, and that must have taken a long, long time. Once scientists came around to the idea, they tried some new approaches to deciding its age. Lord Kelvin had an idea to date the Earth by figuring out how much it had cooled down since it was formed.
And this was, again, a valiant effort here. Lord Kelvin, he was trying to approach this question from like a naturalistic means. Trying to, try to basically figure out, like, okay, if molten rock takes this long to cool, and assuming that the Earth was molten at first, how old should the Earth be? But he was missing something major here, as you'll see. Thermodynamics, exactly, Wombat Hole. And Lord Kelvin was, you know, I believe he was a physicist by trade. He generally knew his stuff, and he tried to apply that toward geology. He failed to realize that things were a little bit more complicated, though, you know? Yeah.
He settled on somewhere between 24 and 40 million years old. Better than Usher, but Kelvin still didn't come close. One reason why is he didn't know that there was something inside the Earth that was actually keeping it warm. Radioactive rocks and minerals. The discovery of...
So he didn't realize that radiation was a thing. And that's why he was so wrong. Like, his calculations were correct, assuming that things cool at a normal rate, and that, yeah, but, so this will be really important later on, too, in a few minutes, when we talk about radioactivity. But, radioactivity is kind of the key for understanding the age of the Earth. There are certain radioactive isotopes of elements that decay at a known rate, and when they do that, they give off radiation. If you don't understand that, then you can't really get anywhere with trying to determine how old the Earth is, you know? Yeah. And Daily Dash says, do you think the different layers of rock can help determine age? Yes. So that's something we call relative dating. We'll get to that in a few minutes. But first, let's jump to this. Yeah.
Radioactivity in 1896 paved the way.
And there goes sourdough. Yes.
Dating, which lets scientists put an accurate age on just about anything, even the planet. To understand how, let's take a closer look at what happens to radioactive elements as they decay.
So don't be intimidated. This is just simpler than it looks.
Much larger mysteries still remain.
Hell's Divax, thank you for the follow. Welcome to paleontologizing. Yeah. Radioactivity is an important note. I'll have to look at it. There you go, Daily Dasp. Yeah. Yeah. So this is basically how that sort of thing works. So different elements will actually decay into one another over time, or different radioactive isotopes of elements will decay. It's kind of like, think about it like an hourglass. You can turn an hourglass over. Hourglass like I've got right here. So say you know that this hourglass takes 1 hour. I think this one's closer to 10 minutes or something. But so you know how long it takes for all of the sand to go through the hourglass like that. That means that if you take a picture of it at any given moment, you can tell how long it's been since the hourglass got turned over. Different radioactive isotopes and different radioactive elements like that, they decay at a known rate. And so if you find a sample of, if you find some of this radioactive material in the rock, you can tell how long it's been since the rock formed. That's kind of the basic concept here, as I'm sure they'll explain in the video.
Start with an atom of a radioactive element. Scientists call that the parent atom. When it breaks down, it releases, well, radiation. That transforms it into a whole different element, which scientists call the daughter atom. When you have a whole bunch of radioactive atoms together, the overall rate of decay from parent to daughter is constant. When
Some of these strange beasts
and Kodali, thank you for the 41 months.
bony armor.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Kodali. Thank you so much for that, Prime. And yes, so somebody brought up the idea of a half-life. Yeah, like the popular video game series with Morgan Freeman, right? Yeah. That's where that video game series gets its name. It's like a reference to radioactivity, radioactive decay, that kind of thing. So the half-life is when half of the parent element or isotope has decayed into the daughter one. When half is left, that's the half-life. It's the amount of time that it takes for half of it to decay.
after the parents have become daughters, that's called the half-life of that element.
There you go.
The half-life is the key to radiometric dating. By counting up the number of parent atoms of a given element and the number
L50.
of
There you go, Sir Yogi One. Yeah.
scientists can figure out how long those atoms have been there. There could be a dinosaur bone, a big trilobite, or some other rocky, really old thing. No, not him. That's better. To get an accurate age for something as old as the Earth, geochemists have to be a little picky about which elements they go out looking for. The parent and the daughter element have to be stable enough that they'll both still be around after billions of years. Otherwise, there'd be nothing to compare. Uranium is a popular choice for dating rocks. It's a radioactive element that's sometimes incorporated into crystals of zircon, a mineral formed as magma cools. Cubic zirconia also provides cheapos with a cop-out engagement ring option. Uranium decays through a series.
I don't know. I know a lot of geologists who are not keen on the idea of diamonds and rings because it's like, it's a diamond. It's not like it's actually rare in nature and it's just condensed carbon. A lot of geologists, they scoff at the idea of buying a diamond. Like, that whole industry is kind of a scam anyway. But you might as well just get a cubic zirconium, you know? Marketing, though, says Sourdough. Yeah. I'm sure people in the marketing field are really keen on it, but geologists, not so much. Yeah. Lenina says, my birthstone is a diamond, and I hate it. Sorry, Lenina. Yeah. And the Mediacom challenge says, what stone do geologists find fancy? It depends. Mediacom, depends what kind of geologist. You know, what's he or she interested in. I happen to have a piece of rock on my person right now that I find very meaningful. It's in here. So within this little jar, sorry, it's a little cloudy looking on this camera, but that is a sample of the Z coal. The Z coal is a particular layer of rock that's really, really significant. Here, I'll see if I can find you a clip explaining this. And Chris the Nerd TV, thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Good stuff. Here we go.
The Cretaceous-Tertiary boundary lies right in between these two eras.
So between the age of the dinosaurs and the age of mammals that we're in right now.
Marked here by this layer of clay.
There we go. So it used to be called the KT. We now call it the KPG. Sometimes terminology in science kind of changes. We no longer use tertiary as much. We use Paleogene. But anyway, yeah.
What drew you to this boundary, Jan?
Well, Sean, we're looking here at the very topmost rocks of the Cretaceous. These rocks are literally packed with foraminifera.
So this is from the very end of the age of dinosaurs.
And these rocks here are the tertiary. And the base of the tertiary consists of a dark gray clay layer. And there the life has almost disappeared. And the KT boundary is just in between. I can point at it. It's right here where you see a contrast between the purple and the dark. It's an extremely sharp boundary.
And just across that thin little boundary, there's this huge change in what you see in the forams. And why is that so stunning to you?
It's so stunning because there is no preceding evidence of anything happening there. So it doesn't matter if I take a piece here, a piece there, or just underneath what we call the KT boundary.
Life was kind of calm and fine right up until, bam, something happened on the rock record that changed the world forever.
The foraminifera will remain the same, so they don't change overnight. And then, bang, they're gone.
So what's that tell you?
That tells me the base of the food chain of the oceans disappeared. And everything which is dependent on it is totally...
And MJ Builds, thank you for the 5 gift subs there. Hey, I really appreciate that, MJ. Thank you, thank you. There are 5 lucky chatters who won't have to worry about any ads for the next month. Thank you, MJ Builds, for that. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. I appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, Jan Smit, by the way, I actually met him back in April. He was, he gave a talk about the KPG boundary, in Berkeley. And where was that? There's me and Jan Smit right there. It's a few years older. But yeah. Yeah, anyhow.
Right at the boundary.
So the thing is, this boundary, you find this all over the world. And, yeah, it turns out it's really rich in an element called iridium, which is very common in space rocks. So, iridium is one of the rarest elements on our planet, on the surface of the Earth, but it turns out that it's really common in space rocks. And so this was a clue that there was a giant rock, giant asteroid that hit the Earth 66 million years ago. And thank you, Nebraska Farmer, for the 6 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Look at all those chickens. So yeah, this was some of the first hard evidence that there was a giant asteroid that hit our planet 66 million years ago and changed things forever. That's the reason why we don't have animals like big dinosaurs walking around anymore. They, along with maybe 60, 70, maybe 80% of all other life on Earth, died out at this time. When this asteroid hit, it threw up a tremendous amount of dust. Thank you, Tasty JK, for the 4 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And Chris and Earth TV, I know, right? Yeah. Poor big chickens. And poor ichthyosaurs, well, ichthyosaurs are already dead. Mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, ammonites. So many different species of plants and insects and all kinds of other critters all died out at this time. But our ancestors, little mammals, some of them managed to survive. That's why we're here today. Mammals and dinosaurs had lived together for, what, like 160 million years or something like that? And mammals had always been kept small, insignificant little critters, basically living in the shadow of the dinosaurs. It took a global upheaval like that to give mammals a chance to actually take over. So our ancestors were able to grow from critters that were generally about mouse or rat size into all of the different mammals that we have today. Camels and bats and bears and whales and platypus and squirrels and horses and dogs and cats and humans too. So it's because of that extinction event that the dinosaurs were done away with, essentially. And mammals had a chance to diversify and take over. Agent Orange, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. So that's, I appreciate that, Agent Orange. Holy cow. There's 5 very lucky chatters who I'm sure are as grateful as I am. Thank you, Agent Orange, for your support. There we go.
In this new post-impact world, the niche that dinosaurs left was waiting to be filled.
Yeah.
And so the survivors of this on the land were creatures that lived in holes, birds, mice-like creatures, turtles, frogs, things that lived in swamps or rivers or near the seashore.
And compared to dinosaurs, they had the advantage of size.
They were small. Yep.
Small animals have large population size. Small animals have higher reproduction rates. Now, it's not saying that small animals didn't suffer mass death, but enough survived, and that's the key point.
Yep.
In that million years of recovery, the small inherited the earth.
Yep.
It was
Those are our ancestors.
the age of mammals. Eventually, larger mammals dominated the land, just as dinosaurs had done before. And among them were primitive primates, whose evolution would lead in a very promising direction, at least for humans.
Yep.
What the asteroid impact taught us about evolution is that it's not always about survival of the fittest. Sometimes it's about survival of the luckiest.
Yep.
There's a profound point there for our species. Only after the extinction of the giant reptiles did mammals flourish, including our primate ancestors. Without the asteroid, there'd be no us.
Exactly. So that is why this is so meaningful to me. That sample of that rock layer from the very end of the Cretaceous period, that asteroid was what caused the extinction, as far as we can tell, of the non-avian dinosaurs and like maybe 70-80% of all other life on Earth, but it paved the way for mammals like us, like you and me. So that's why this, to me, is far more important and interesting and, dare I say, beautiful than any diamond or anything like that, you know? So yeah, I hope that makes sense. Another interesting point there, too. Sean Carroll said the extinction of the giant reptiles. One kind of giant reptile that did not go extinct at the time, somehow they made it through, is this one. The leatherback turtle. These guys go all the way back to the Cretaceous period, about 80 million years ago, and they somehow made it through that extinction event. Their ancestors survived. This family, Dermachelyidae, stretches all the way back to the Cretaceous. They somehow made it through. But today, they are threatened with extinction. The last of their kind. They were thriving up until the past couple hundred years, it seems like. And it's entirely because of humans. Humans raiding their nests, stealing their eggs, polluting the oceans, overfishing, catching these critters at nets with hooks, and putting plastic waste into the ocean that they ingest. It's... Anyway. 80 million years these critters survived everything that nature could throw at them, and now they're in serious trouble because of human activity. So we'll be talking much more about leatherbacks in the coming months, but yeah. Anywho, yeah. But yeah, F. Edgar says, I recently listened to a discussion of repeated bouts of ozone depletion during the end Permian. I wonder if that was possible during the end Cretaceous. I don't know if that's a necessary kind of condition to cause the extinction. We know that there was a giant asteroid about the size of San Francisco that smashed into the Earth, threw up a tremendous amount of dust and soot, caused global wildfires, tsunamis. seems to have caused like a global impact winter for weeks or months or maybe years. I don't know if you would need ozone depletion after that, you know? It's like we already have the murder weapon, we think. It's like saying, well, the victim clearly suffered decapitation. They also had a paper cut. It's like, well, okay. Is that really a factor? Yeah, I don't know. And the spherule's exactly bit bifted. Oh boy. Yeah. Let me go Claire, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Paper cuts hurt more than decapitation. That might be true, MJ Bills. That might be true. Yeah. Anywho. How are we able to determine that it was 66 million years ago that asteroid hit? How do we date different rocks like that? How do we actually figure out how old they are? Yeah. Unless the decapitation was the paper. There you go, Murph. Yeah. I was talking about a separate paper cup, but yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to radiometric dating here. We've got, 2 minutes left in this video. Let's finish this. Because it's important.
Radioactive elements into a daughter atom, lead. Zircon doesn't incorporate lead while it's forming. That's important because it helps geochemists know that the lead they find in zircon comes from decaying uranium.
So again, uranium decays into lead over time. And so the ratio of uranium to lead in a given sample, like a zircon, can tell you how long ago that zircon formed. So it's like our hourglass analogy again. You turn the hourglass over, and you know how long it's been since that happened, right? You can do the same exact thing with zircons like this, with radioactive bits inside.
So when they collect a rock in the field, bring it back to the lab, and count the atoms in the zircon crystals, the ratio of lead atoms to uranium atoms in any zircon crystal tells geochemists when that crystal formed. But
exactly.
Geologists have never found pieces of Earth that have been around since the planet was born. Our world is an active place.
Tricky.
Rocks are constantly being smashed and melted and reformed, so it's no wonder very little has lasted all that time. The oldest zircon we found is pretty close, somewhere around 4.4 billion years. So why do geochemists say the Earth is even older? Well, scientists arrived at the 4.565 billion years by expanding their dating pool. They used the same radiometric techniques to date meteorites. These space travelers are practically unchanged since the very beginning of our solar system, when they, the Earth, and the other planets formed. Since they don't have to deal with magma and weather and other geology business, the rocks on meteorites are a snapshot of the solar system's early days. Geologists love dating meteorites. You might even call them rock stars. They're like time capsules that crash into the Earth. The minerals in them can be radiometrically dated just like any others. And that, my friends, is how you date a rock. In less than 100 years, scientists went from numbering the Earth's age in thousands of years to billions, all thanks to a handful of elements and the scientists who revealed their secrets.
Pretty cool stuff.
Satisfied, of course. Geochemists are still fine-tuning their estimates of the age of the Earth and looking for more evidence to support or diminish their theories.
Yep.
But really, the only rock I have my eyes on right now is Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. That guy's dreamy. Oh, one other thing. Happy National Chemistry Week. Use the hashtag
Anyway, here's a link to this video right here. The one on radiometric dating. And then here's that longer documentary called The Day the Mesozoic Died. Good stuff. We watched that one several times on stream before, and I'm sure we'll watch it again, the whole thing. But there's all kinds of beautiful little snippets in there that I really like. So, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. So I hope that answers your question there, Daily Dasp. Yeah. And lead, isn't that what they use in pencils? It used to be lead, Daily Dasp, and now pencil lead is usually made of graphite. Here. So pencil lead is not really lead anymore. Lead it's Pb on the periodic table. Graphite is like a carbon compound, right? It's a crystalline allotrope of the element carbon. There you go. So yeah, the lead in your pencil is not lead. They probably did used to use lead ages ago, but nowadays we use graphite. Lead is actually toxic to people. That's why you don't want lead pipes. That's why you don't want lead in your gasoline. It's and And there you go, Murph. Yeah, lead is not really safe for people in any form or dose. True. Yeah. However, there are rumors that oh boy, that the current presidential administration here in the U.S. is trying to get rid of the lead standards for gasoline so that gasoline companies can put lead in gasoline once again and poison all of us. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see if I can find this. Let's see here. There's a person named Claire Patterson. And, there was an excellent video about him. He was a geologist. And he also helped determine the age of the Earth. And, oh, here we go. Man, it's a long video, but it's a good one. This is on topic. Take a look.
Lead is a handy metal. It's soft, it's dense, and it's great at resisting corrosion. But it's also incredibly toxic, which is not so handy. And despite knowing that it's bad for us, humans have been using lead for thousands of years. By the 20th century, you could find it in everything from paints to pipes to petrol, aka gasoline. But things are different now. There are all kinds of laws that keep lead out of everyday items. And we owe that improvement, at least in part, to a man who didn't set out wanting to ban lead for health reasons.
There you go, MJ Builds, yeah.
How old the Earth was.
And apparently some people in ancient Rome did know that lead was bad for them. Like, it wasn't completely unknown at the time. Where was I reading this? But it was like, well, it's cheap and easy to use, so I guess we'll just use it. They were cutting corners, and a lot of people ended up poisoned because of that. Oh, and interesting. Edgar says pencils never had lead. Oh, okay, interesting. Graphite was first discovered. It was thought to be a form of lead, hence the mistaken identity. Okay, interesting. Yeah.
Claire Patterson wasn't the first person to try and figure out our planet's age. Back in 1778, Georges Louis Leclerc got his estimate by measuring how long it took for iron balls to cool down after being taken out of a furnace. Extrapolating that to an Earth-sized ball of iron yielded an age around 75,000 years old.
Simple enough, right?
But he suspected the Earth was even older. Based on geological evidence like the buildup of rock layers, he imagined an age somewhere around 3 million years. Unfortunately, rock layers can't tell you much just by looking at them. It's not like they have a date stamped on them. And in fact, during the 19th century, many geologists assumed a kind of steady state Earth, which had always existed and would continue to exist as is for all eternity. But the British physicist William Thomson,
there's Kelvin again. We were talking about this.
Kelvin, was outraged by this unscientific reasoning. So in 1860, he revisited Leclerc's ideas of a gigantic, slowly cooling ball of stuff.
And there you go, rebalancer, yeah.
The Earth started out molten and cooled from the outside in, like a turkey you just pulled out of the oven. And the yet-to-be Lord's estimate was somewhere between 24 to 400 million years old. But by assuming the Earth was like a giant cooling turkey, he'd missed something important. The molten parts of the Earth don't...
So, again, chat, what is it that he missed? What is it that that Kelvin wasn't aware of, something he'd failed to consider, something that nobody knew about at the time? What was it? There's a quiz? I'm just trying to make sure people are paying attention there, MJ Builds. Oh boy, we've got one correct answer. Two. No, nobody expects that, Reiko. The answer is radioactivity.
Thomson assumed that the Earth started out molten and cooled from the outside in, like turkey had just pulled out of the oven. And the yet-to-be-Lord's estimate was somewhere between 24 to 400 million years old. But by assuming the Earth was like a giant cooling turkey, he'd missed something important. The molten parts of the Earth don't transfer heat the same way that the solid bits do.
Nope.
In fact, they keep the planet hotter for longer.
That's
So
because they're radioactive.
Assistants adjusted the math to account for this, and he calculated that if the crust were 50 kilometers thick, the Earth could be as much as 2 to 3 billion years old, which finally gets us into the right order of magnitude. But in 1903, we also learned the Earth had an extra source of heat. It came courtesy of radioactive decay.
There you go. So Chris Strahl says what? Lava is radioactive? Not inherently, but there are radioactive elements inside of the Earth closer to the core that keep things from cooling.
Which was this fancy physics phenomenon that had been discovered a few years earlier. And while it didn't adjust the Earth's age nearly as much as accounting for its molten bits did, radioactive decay would play a crucial role in pinning down the Earth's age. But instead of monitoring how much heat radioactive elements shed as they decay, scientists turned to a new technique called radiometric dating. One of the most famous kinds of radiometric dating relies on an unstable version of
and Apollo Python. Oh boy, I don't know what's wrong with OBS because I have the boom mic turned all the way up and the video volume is loud enough that it's hurting my ear, but you're saying that it's still too quiet? Okay.
Carbon-14. And eventually, every carbon-14 atom will turn into stable nitrogen-14. Scientists call the starting radioactive atom the parent isotope, and the thing it decays into the daughter isotope. And all radioactive decay happens on a predictable timescale, known as the half-life. For carbon-14, it's around 5,700 years. So while each individual atom decays at a random moment in time, we know that half of any lump of carbon-14 atoms will have decayed when it hits.
Turn the video down. I'm getting mixed messages from everybody.
5,700 years old. Now, the most common form of radiometric dating involves measuring both the amount of daughter isotope and the amount of parent isotope you've got in your sample. And then you compare these counts against how much of each you started with. It can be a little tricky to figure out those starting values, but ultimately, the more daughter isotope and the less parent isotope you've got, the older your sample is. Now, carbon dating is great for archaeology, but it's not so useful when it comes to dating the Earth. But
yeah, so archaeology, I want to make this distinction very clear. Archaeology is the study of human artifacts. Things that people made. Evidence of civilization. Evidence of human settlement. Everything from arrowheads to pyramids to Coca-Cola bottles. That's all archaeology. It's human stuff. People's things. You go into geology and paleontology, that's natural stuff. Often much older. Majad50, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Really appreciate that. Holy cow. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And let's see. And yeah, I don't know what to do about the audio. I'm getting mixed messages from everybody. Some people are saying it's too quiet. Some people are saying it's too loud. I didn't change anything here. Like, this is entirely, I think, an internal thing within OBS, where it's just sometimes when you restart the program, even if all of the settings are in exactly the right place, somehow the output is different. Yeah, it's frustrating. you know? Yeah.
But even if the Earth were as young as Leclerc's 75,000-year estimate, that would mean the amount of carbon-14 our planet started with was cut in half 13 times over. Modern levels would be way too low to measure them accurately. So, if the Earth really were billions of years old, scientists would need an isotope with a half-life on the scale of billions of years too. And
it's too bad that no such thing exists, right? No, it actually does. Marcosnia, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Video's both audible. You and the video are both audible at 50%. Thank you, Sketchy Tracks. Yeah.
scientists would need an isotope with a half-life on the scale of billions of years too. And that's where Claire Patterson comes in. Born in 1922,
There we go. Here's our hero.
the natural world led to an innate scientific curiosity and a knack for chemistry.
So this guy, Claire Patterson here, not only did he help determine the age of the Earth, he's probably saved millions of people's lives using the same methodology that he used to figure out the age of the Earth. Like, from these same discoveries, he was able to change the world for the better.
And right out of college, he was recruited to join the Manhattan Project. His job was to use mass spectrometry, basically a giant magnetic sorting bin for elements, to separate rare uranium-235 isotopes from their much more common and just a bit more heavy counterpart, uranium-238. The uranium-235 that Patterson isolated would eventually make its way into atomic bombs, and we all know how that story ended. So, like any sensible person, Patterson was horrified by the devastation his work had caused.
Yep. I would argue he probably saved more lives than, like, you're going to have a balance sheet there, like the number of people whose lives were ended by his discoveries versus the number of people whose lives were saved. I think it's a much higher number in the lives saved category. But, yeah. Hello, Mini Pie. Here, we're going to get back to this in a second. How are you doing, Minnie? I think she's come here for some treats, too. What's shaking, Mini Pie? How are you doing? Oh, we got a new cat brush for our short hair cats as well. Can I try this out, Mini Pie? Look. Can I try this on you? Yeah, what do you think? Oh, how's that? Is that better than the other one? I'm starting to think that maybe the long hair brush she doesn't like very much. This one is designed for short hair cats. And you could certainly use it. You've got so much extra fur. You've got so much. There we go. Yeah. You enjoying this? Normally she's all squirmy. I think having a brush that's actually designed for short hair cats, that's the ticket, isn't it? What do you think? The good stuff? Yeah. Alright, let's get you some treats, huh? Would you like that? Gotta pay the landlord here. Ooh, look at all those. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. And Wombat Hole, I am planning on going back out to the field. Back out to eastern Utah in late September. I'd like to join Josh Lively and his crew from the Prehistoric Museum in Utah. Gonna be digging up some armored dinosaurs. So I should be out there around September 19th or so. I think that's our first day out. Yeah. Anyhow, good stuff. Good stuff. And there you go, double nickel, yeah. Ooh, it's good that you're crunching those up, Mini Pie. We got some larger cat treats. And these ones seem to actually require Mini Pie to chew, which is good. She can't just swallow the pieces whole. She has to chew them. They are dental treats, so they're supposed to clean her teeth. So that's a good thing. Yeah. And ground level news, we do take volunteers. Most paleontological digs take volunteers. That's how we're able to do that sort of thing in the first place. We normally have next to it's a shoestring budget. We've got next to no money for most of these things. Usually the only person getting paid is the person who's on the payroll of the museum. Everyone else is a volunteer. So all of the field work that I do, whether it's in Wyoming or Utah or Montana or here in California, it's all volunteer stuff. There's a whole host of different field programs across the United States and around the world. Could not operate were it not for volunteers. Volunteers are the beating heart. Not just the beating heart, they're everything apart from the heart, too, of a field crew, generally. So, yeah. How do you sign up? Well, it depends which organization you're looking at. There's some that have, like, an online, like, application form. There's some where you just email the museum or you go and talk to them in person, that kind of thing. There's no, like, set standard for this. Every different crew has got sort of a different setup. But yeah. So anywho, ground level news. You're in Utah, right? I hope I'm remembering this correctly. Are you in Salt Lake or near there? Utah, yeah. So there are a bunch of different field crews that you could link up with that are within easy traveling distance, possibly. There's the Natural History Museum of Utah in Salt Lake. That's on the U of U campus. They take volunteers. There's the museum in Price, Utah, the Prehistoric Museum. They take volunteers. There's the Utah Geological Survey, whom I work with during the summer. There's a few other museums around the state, too. There's one up in Vernal, Utah. Just across the border over in Denver, Colorado, you've got the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. They've got a big field program, too. There's lots of different organizations that you can get in contact with. So, yeah. Utah is an interesting place, and we'll be talking about that a lot more as late September approaches. Not only will I be out there in the field for about 2 weeks, streaming as often as I can, hopefully close to every day, but we'll be talking a lot about Utah geology and paleontology leading up to that as well. So stay tuned. It's going to be good. Yeah. But yeah, ground level news, it's... And anybody who's looking to volunteer on a paleontological dig, they don't necessarily require any experience. You don't have to have a degree. You don't necessarily have to have any qualifications. In a situation like that, where you're going to be out in the field with a bunch of people, they're just mostly concerned with, are you a chill person who can get along with everybody else? And are you a hard worker? And can you put up with, shall we say, unglamorous conditions? Being out in the middle of the desert for days or weeks on end, sleeping in a tent every night, that kind of thing, you know? If you're okay with living outdoors, and maybe not showering for a while, you know, maybe that kind of work would suit you. Yeah. Yes to all, says Ground Level News. Yeah. Very cool. If I lose my job, I'm there, says Same on Havarian. Excellent. I used to quit my job every summer so I could go out and do field work and then reapply in the fall when I would get back. This is when I lived in Montana. But yeah. Anywho. Boba Bink says, I know for artists there are sites that list residencies and similar opportunities. Is there anything similar for volunteering for digs? If you can believe it, there is less money in paleontology than there is in art. Occasionally there are different museums that will have paid internships, but these are generally very competitive, and people from across the country will apply for them. Our good friend Fisher McDarmid, who was with us this past summer in the field, he worked at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science as an intern late 2024 and early 2025. And I don't know how many other people applied for that and didn't get it. Fisher got it. And now he's going to grad school, which is really exciting. But that's probably the closest thing I can think of to like a artist residency or something like that, you know? Negative money, says Ray Cataclysm. Sometimes, shoot. I have personally contributed hundreds or even thousands of dollars to a field crew and not gotten paid anything before. Yeah, sometimes that's how it goes, you know? So anywho, yeah, Charlie's Dragon. Generally, when we're out there in the field, you pay for your own travel to get there. So your plane ticket or gasoline, you bring your own car, whatever. You buy a lot of your own supplies, like they'll usually have digging tools and stuff like that, but you need to supply your own clothes, your own boots, your own tent, your own camping supplies. They'll provide food, for the most part. Sometimes you have to help pay for food, too. And they'll supply some of the digging equipment as well. I've got a lot of my own digging equipment because I'm very particular about my gear, and I like being able to bring stuff with me. You know, I've got muscle memory on all these different tools and stuff. Also, they don't often have enough tools for everybody, so I like to bring my own. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, and you got Krista's book. That's excellent, Claire. Holy cow. Very, very cool. Yeah. Lenina, did you order that book for Claire? That's phenomenal. It's huge, says Claire. Okay. Brief digression here. What Claire is talking about is a brand new book written by Krista Sadler. We talked about this in the field. It's all about our fieldwork in the Cedar Mountain Formation of Utah, and I'm in the book. Here. There it is right there. Dinosaur Frontier, Utah at the dawn of the Cretaceous. We'll be looking at this a lot more when I'm out there in Utah. Because I'm actually going to be working with this guy here. The new kid in town, Josh Lively. There's Josh right there. He's also in the new Walking with Dinosaurs, if you saw that this summer. But yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Anywho, really beautiful book, all about the Cedar Mountain Formation. Really, really important geological formation in Utah that over the past 30 years has effectively doubled the number of dinosaurs known from Utah. It's so many different dinosaurs are from the Cedar Mountain Formation. There we go. So if we're looking at our dinosaurs of Utah, we've got, what is it, like 115 plus dinosaurs that are known from Utah. The Cedar Mountain Formation is here in green. So all of these guys here are from the Cedar Mountain. So the majority of Utah's dinosaurs at this point are all from one geological formation, the Cedar Mountain Formation. And we're finding new ones all the time. I was digging up one, maybe two new species of iguanodont dinosaur this past summer, just a few weeks ago. in Utah, kind of near the town of Moab, if you know where that is. But these guys, the Iguanodontians, are guys probably pretty similar to Hippodraco right here, but even more primitive, more basal, earlier in time. But yeah. Anywho, I'm in the book too. Toward the end here. There we go. Danny Anduza. So it talks a little bit about, well, shoot, it talks about paleontologizing in here. He has a channel called Paleontologizing on Twitch, the video game streaming platform. Wow. It's weird seeing that in print, isn't it? Yeah. So anywho, excellent book by Krista Sadler. The first book really published on the Cedar Mountain Formation. There's stuff in here that hasn't been published yet in the scientific literature, like sneak peeks at papers which will be upcoming in the next few years. If you want to be up to date when it comes to dinosaur paleontology, this book it's a really good idea to get this one. Not only that, but it's also just an excellent introduction to paleontology in general. So if you're kind of new to the whole science of paleontology, if fossil science is one of these things that you're curious about, and you want like a nice intro to that, this book does an excellent job of that too. So yeah, and Krista signs them as well. Yeah, there we go. So I actually got 2 copies because I was so excited about this. I want one that I can bring out in the field and beat up, and one that I can keep here in my office, keep nice and pristine. So, yeah. Oh, and Hike the Earth says terrible Utah Raptor art, lol. Yeah, so I need to take this out of this book. So here, let's do a quick little contrast. So we have phenomenal art in this book. Showing these different critters, like these armored dinosaurs here, Gastonia. Let's find you another Gastonia picture. There we go. There's some skeletal mounts right there of these animals, Gastonia. Where's that Ankylosaur phylogeny? That family tree of these critters. There we go. Yeah. Lovely art by Jeff Martz. Family tree of these armored dinosaurs. Now, contrast that with, this is embarrassing. I actually showed this on stream when we were in the field, but, this was some of the art. This is some AI garbage from Utah Raptor State Park. Somebody thought this was a good idea to, instead of hiring an artist to be able to produce some merchandise, they thought they'd go the cheap route and do some AI here.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Just, So, friend of the stream, Ed Simpson, who's a geologist, geochemist, he dabbles in paleontology too. Ed was visiting Utah Raptor State Park, and he, hang on, wrong button. Apparently saw this postcard there on the rack. He picked it up, and he went up to the checkout counter, and he says, how many of these have you got? And they said, oh, we have a whole box or something like that. And he goes, I'd like to buy all of them, please. So he bought the entire box. And then he turns back around and he says, thank you very much. He hands the back and he goes, destroy these. Just abysmal. Again, this is complete dog water. Just utter garbage. so he purchased every last one and said, destroy these. And one of the people who works at the state park, Tegan, kept a few for us as gifts and would give them out. He's like, never again, never again. Yeah. Not all heroes wear capes as Wobulus. Indeed, right? Yeah. So anywho, if you would like, so again, this is a postcard from Utah Raptor State Park. You can't get these anymore, thankfully. But if you want a book with actually excellent art, much of it produced specifically for this book, check out the book Dinosaur Frontier. Yeah. And a Horns fan. Yeah. They have collector value now, says Pumpkin the Cat. I suppose so. Yeah, I don't know. It's cursed. It's so cursed. This is just utter garbage. Ugh. Yeah. And Sighting Raptor says they probably thought the AI art was a success since the cards sold out so fast. I think Ed was very careful to make sure that that they didn't get that message. I think he may have actually given them the names of some artists that they could contract to actually produce real art. This is, you know, this is a state park that exists to showcase Utah paleontology, to give people a sense for what Utah was like 120 plus million years ago. The point is education and inspiration, and this runs absolutely counter to what they're trying to do. And so I think, and I presume that they've learned their lesson. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. And if you do it again, I'm setting Jim Kirkland. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. But this book, I can't recommend highly enough. If you want to be really clued in to the work that I'm going to be doing in Utah in late September, and if you have the ability to, if you can afford to get that book, I can't recommend it highly enough. Let me find the VOD where I interview Krista about this. Then at least, if not... Here we go. So here's me and Krista talking all about the book. She was working with various publishers, kind of shopping around, seeing who would be interested in getting this thing published. And they all wanted her to dumb it down or get rid of certain things. They're like, oh, the book, there's too much text. There's too many illustrations. She didn't want to compromise on it, so she ended up self-publishing the book after she was done writing and getting the illustrations for it. So she sunk a good deal of money into this from her own pocket, and I'm trying to help her recoup some of this. Those people in the chat who have sprang for it and purchased the book can tell you how much they like it.
Where it was kind of heartbreaking. I'm destroying.
Billy517.
Glue is cheap.
Thank you for the 3 months of support. Appreciate that, Billy. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Happy 3 months to you too, Billy. Thanks for keeping me online for that long. I appreciate you. Horns fan says, don't some universities have publishing arms for things like this? Yeah. University of Indiana Press, University of Utah Press. Nobody was interested. They're all like, yeah, we don't really do science books anymore unless they're short and text only. And Chris is like, I can't do that. The figures, the illustrations, the paintings, the photographs, those are what make this book. So that's... yeah, that's why she had to go it alone on this. It's really frustrating in that, like, the publishing industry is kind of, they're really dropping the ball. So, yeah. And Kettle Cook, there you go. The pages are so high quality. It's got that new book smell. What about the content, though, Kettle Cook? What's in the book is what I'm excited about, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Lenina says, I made sure to email her and tell her how much I enjoyed the book. She's made the right decision to self-publish. I think so, too. Yeah. And good for her to just do it? Yeah. Sourdough, absolutely. Yeah. Anywho. You can get it. You can't get it on Amazon. You can't get it at Barnes & Noble. There's a few local book retailers you can get it, or you can order it off of Krista's website, thisearthpress.com. Here we go. There it is right there. Good stuff. And she'll sign it for you, too. It can be a little pricey to ship, especially overseas. But, my opinion, it's worth it. It's very rare to find really high-quality science books like this that are so cutting-edge and that are clearly like a passion project. So, I don't know. I consider it a privilege to be involved with this and be able to purchase it. I realize not everybody can afford that. But see if you can contact your local library. Whether it's a city library or a local university library or someplace like that, even just your local bookshop. Be like, hey, there's this really cool book. I'd love to see it. If you can order a copy, I think people would really enjoy it. There's ways to get your hands on this book that don't require paying for it, you know? If your local library has an acquisitions budget, they might be able to buy it, and then everybody in your town can enjoy it. So, yeah. It does have an ISBN Wombat Bowl, yeah. Yeah, it's right here. Blammo. Yeah, 978-0-9776983-1-8. Blink right there. Yeah. Thanks, Trek Nerd. Anywho, yeah. Good stuff. Here's one more link. Here's the link again. Let's get back to our video, shall we? Talking about how old the Earth is, how we know, and also how that discovery, in a way, helped save millions of people's lives. Here.
After the war, he returned to academic life at the
There we go.
just a bit more heavy, isolated.
So Claire Patterson is the guy's name.
238. The uranium-235 that Patterson isolated would eventually make its way into atomic bombs, and we all know how that story ended. So, like any sensible person, Patterson was horrified by the devastation his work had caused. After the war, he returned to academic life at the University of Chicago. And when he arrived, his advisor challenged him to use radiometric dating of uranium to find the age.
Oh, MJ Builds, I appreciate
because unlike carbon-14, both uranium-238 and 235 have long enough half-lives to have plenty left over billions of years later. Uranium-238 decays with a half-life of roughly 4.5 billion years, and after a series of steps, ends up as lead-206. Uranium-235, meanwhile, has a much shorter but still decent half-life of 703 million years, and it winds up becoming
interesting, Kennedy. Wow.
So,
oh, Kennedy's here, by the way. Shoot. Brief detour. Kennedy, I checked the P.O. box the other day, and we've got something here from you. Should I open that up? Let me know. Feels like a card or something. Open it. It's not much. Well, I'm excited about it nonetheless. Here. Let's see here. What have we got? More Utah Raptor postcards? No, like the Earth. This is something else. Oh! It's a Taco Bell gift card. Hey, I really appreciate that, Kennedy. This will be very useful when I'm on my way back out to Utah. I can get myself some good meals. This is excellent. Very sweet of you, Kennedy. I really appreciate that. I know that one will be spent. It's true. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I can say, ask not for whom the Taco Bell tolls. It tolls for me. Kennedy, thank you. It's very thoughtful of you. I really appreciate it. I'll add this to the... I'll put the code into the app so that I can order things on the fly and points and all that good stuff. I don't know. Not really into fast food in general, or to, I don't know. But Taco Bell is pretty widespread. There's a lot of vegetarian options that are very inexpensive. I can get a good meal there when I'm way out in the middle of nowhere. When I'm traveling, you know what you're getting. And yeah. I appreciate that Taco Bell's got a lot of stuff that doesn't have meat in it. It's more my speed, you know? Yeah. Now all restaurants are Taco Bell. Like, oh, Claire, yeah. They do have decent black beans. Yeah, Dealing. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, they're the only restaurant after the restaurant wars. Yes. Yeah. There are very, very few, like, businesses that I would consider doing a sponsorship deal for. That's one of them. You know? Things like, Daner boots. These are the boots that I wear in the field. I don't think they would want to do a sponsorship deal because their product is so sought after anyway. They don't need promotion or anything. Same with, like, spring bar tents, like the tent that I use in the field. Same with Estwing rock hammers, which are, like, the standard for, for paleontologists and geologists. This is what I use in the field, but I don't think they would benefit from doing, like, a sponsorship deal. Taco Bell or Toyota, though. Those are two that I could think of that I wouldn't mind endorsing those products because I do use them all the time. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Jackery, Blockman. There you go, Lenina. I should actually look into Jackery. They're, apparently they're headquartered down in Fremont. Just, it's like, 20, 30 miles south of where I live. And speaking of Fremont... there is a project that I'm hoping to wrap up this week. There we go. Some of you remember this. My life-size T-Rex skull that I 3D printed. Here it is in the back of my car. It barely fits. This is before it was painted or anything, so this is just raw 3D printer filament right here. The seams are still plainly visible. They've not been filled yet. Nothing's been smoothed. Nothing's been painted. I'm working on finishing, smoothing, painting, and mounting this thing, and I'll be delivering it to the Children's Museum of Fremont, hopefully, fingers crossed, on Friday. So I'm very excited about this. It's going to be really good. The Children's Museum of Fremont is undergoing some renovations. They got a big grant to do this. There we go. So they're going to have a big T-Rex skull soon when I deliver it. Burp.
Both hands on
Do you see the hooves? Yes.
The Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont is a place to see.
To squint.
So this is before the renovation.
And touch.
It's going to be a bit more polished when the renovation is done. I'll say that. And I'd love to be able to do a stream from there soon.
We can see the
Show you around, you know?
that lived here a million years ago, 100,000 years ago.
And this one goes right here.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you, Claire. No worries, Claire. I'll check it out later.
We're loving it. The kids are having a lot of fun. It's nice to be able to come here and touch and feel things and interact with the museum.
Oh.
Did you get shocked?
Yeah, that's it.
What do we have in here that's so cool?
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot of good things in here that are really cool.
What's really cool is talking with boy paleontologist Philip Gordon. Some of his father Wesley's collection is housed here. Wesley Gordon was a Hayward teacher. He and his group of boy paleontologists, which included his son Philip, spent about 15 years discovering fossils in the area.
We started looking in the creeks of Hayward and Alameda County, rocks, minerals, and some of those minerals turned out to be fossils.
They found tens of thousands of fossils. Most went to UC Berkeley, but are not on
Different scissors, Kennedy. These are my scissors.
to the Math Science Nucleus, an educational nonprofit that manages the Children's Natural History Museum. Individual donors and organizations have also contributed specimens to the museum so kids can learn and be inspired.
Anyway, good stuff. And now kids can learn and be inspired by one of the world's largest Tyrannosaurus skulls. This will be the first time that that particular skull has been featured in a museum, as far as I know. There we go. One of the best T-Rex skulls on record could fetch $20 million at auction. This didn't end up happening. It brought in, I think, $6 million, and it's not one of the best T-Rex skulls. Big parts of it are sculpted. Big parts of it are, like, not really put together properly. But anyway, this is the skull right here. The teeth are mostly fake. Big parts of the skull are just... yeah. But anyway, it is a cool specimen, I guess. The parts of it that are real. The real parts and the fake parts were both scanned. The files appeared online for a brief time. I downloaded them, 3D printed them, life-size. And, yeah. With any luck, I'll be delivering these on Friday. So very excited about that. Yeah. Horns fan says, that belongs in a museum. And I agree. Yeah. The real one was auctioned off. It's in some... it was lost in a private collection somewhere, so I don't think we currently know the whereabouts of the original skull. But now, a 3D print of it is going to be in a museum where it can inspire and educate. And I'm excited about that, you know? Kenny says, I'm glad it fit in your car. Barely. There's like a millimeter to spare up top. Yeah, it very, very, very nearly doesn't fit. I've got to figure out how to... This is with the back seats folded down, by the way. This is taking up all of the cargo area and the rear passenger area. I got to figure out how to fit the mount in there, too. Because I'm going to be... Well, here, hang on a sec. Where's that brochure that I put together? Ah, there we go. Here's a mock-up of the mount that I'm building for it. Gonna have to do some real engineering here. There we go. Yeah. I had to figure out, how do I mount this thing? You know? How do I display this? And so I figured out I could use EMT conduit. This is like electrical conduit right here, with some of these bracket devices. And that's my plan. 1-inch EMT conduit. So some of this should be arriving in the mail today, actually. Some more of it tomorrow and Wednesday. And I gotta put this thing together and test it out. Make sure that it's nice and sturdy. And then disassemble it for delivery. And I'll put it together on site on Friday. That's the plan. What does it weigh? I think it weighs about 50 pounds or so. Maybe 60, 70 pounds, something like that. Much less than the actual fossil would weigh. Since it's a 3D print and it's all hollow, it's far less heavy than you might imagine. Yeah. What's that? An African... Less than one African elephant, DM Wing. Yeah. What are you doing, Mini Pie? Will this be in a place where kids can touch it? Hopefully not. Hopefully they're going to put a some stanchions and like a velvet rope or something around it, but we'll see. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. So that's going to be cool. I'd love to do a live stream from the museum at some point, but I got to figure that out. My priority right now is bringing this thing over there. So I'll be doing that by the end of this week, with any luck. Anywho, where were we? Oh yeah, we were talking about determining the age of the Earth and how that factors into the banning of leaded gasoline, too. Let's get into that. Not an interactive T-Rex skull. There you go, make away. Yeah. Yeah. Here, let's continue.
As the Earth ages, it will end up with less uranium and more lead. To date the planet, you just need to find a sample from its earliest days and measure the proportions of each. And that's where this uranium-lead dating is easier said than done, because almost every bit of Earth's crust has been recycled over its long history. It's almost impossible to find pieces that are still hanging around from day one. But there is one very solid option. There are hardy little crystals called zircons. Zircons are inside igneous or metamorphic rocks, but they aren't easily eroded or changed over time, even when the rocks that contain them are reduced to sand. But they're not just a good target because they can watch the world change around them. They're also great for uranium-lead dating because they tend to form with lots of uranium inside them, but hardly any lead. That means all of the lead you find inside them should come from radioactive decay. It makes the math pretty straightforward. So the first step in Claire Patterson's quest to date the Earth was to study some zircons. Along with his lab partner, they needed to refine the uranium-lead dating technique so it would actually produce legitimate ages. But you can't refine a technique on something you don't actually know the age of. So they tested some zircon crystals from a rock they knew was about 1 billion years old. But despite Patterson's skill and expertise, the numbers kept coming out weird. They knew how much lead there should be in the sample, but the amounts they were measuring were much, much higher. So
why is that? Why do you think they were getting higher lead readings than they would expect? What's going on with that? Ooh, Spartan's got an idea there. You might be right on the money. Yeah.
So Patterson suspected something was contaminating the samples. After a bunch of tests, he found that his lab was full of unwanted lead. In fact, it seemed to be coming from just about everywhere.
Ooh,
the glassware, the tap water, the paint on the walls, dust, even his own body. Because remember, people have been putting lead in stuff for millennia. And in Patterson's mid-20th century lab, it came in toughened glass, lead pipes, lead wiring, and most recently outside in the streets, in leaded fuel. So the solution was obvious, right? Create an environment where the only lead is the stuff in the rock you're trying to date. And Patterson went to great lengths to do just that. He mopped, vacuumed, installed extra fans. He even dunked his glassware in potassium hydroxide. It took him 5 years to perfect his cleaning techniques. And
that's crazy that there was just that much environmental lead around. Stuff that is a toxin. Like, it is incompatible with human life thriving. Like, it's this awful, awful substance, and it's just everywhere. So spending 5 years trying to organize a sterile lab environment where there's no lead in there. It's crazy that it took that long, you know? It was such a pervasive problem.
finally, success. He managed to get the right age of his billion-year-old zircon, earning himself a PhD. And that meant Patterson could finally move on to finding the age of the Earth. But he'd have to switch both target and technique. Because as hardy as zircons are, it's hard to be sure where one formed relative to the whole planet. You might find one that's super old, but that doesn't mean it formed inside one of the very first rocks. So scientists have another, more reliable source that falls from outer space. Meteorites are effectively rock-based time capsules that were created and sealed back when the Earth and the solar system's planets were forming. In other words, the age of a meteorite is the age of the Earth itself.
So essentially, like, the meteorites were formed at the same time that the Earth was, more or less. So if you can figure out the ages of these meteorites, that gives you a pretty good handle on how old the Earth is, too. Given that, like, these accretionary disks that formed during the formation of the solar system, that's how the Earth was formed, and that's how those meteorites were formed, too. They're coming from the same place at the same time, essentially.
But there's one important downside. Unlike zircons, meteorites start off...
And there you go, Cacklin's Wharf, yeah.
That means you need a slightly more involved radiometric dating technique. One that can distinguish the lead that formed as a result of radioactive decay from the lead that's been hanging around the whole time. This technique is called lead-lead dating. And it relies on precise measurements of 3 types of lead.
So it's called lead-lead dating because one form of lead decays into another form of lead. As opposed to, like, uranium-lead dating, you're measuring the ratio of uranium that decays into lead. With this, there's 2 or 3 different kinds of lead that are decaying into one another, and you measure the ratios of those different isotopes. There's, like, different flavors of lead, essentially. I don't mean that in a literal sense. Do not taste or eat lead. Do not do it. I should have said varieties. Different varieties of lead. Yeah.
Lead-206 and lead-207
there we go.
As uranium decays, and the slightly lighter version of lead that uranium will never decay into, lead-204. If any of the lead in your space rock is lead-204, you know you can ignore it when trying to figure out how much radioactive decay has been going on. But
there you
to
go.
figure that out, to distinguish one version of an element from another, you need a mass spectroscope. And lucky for Claire Patterson, a mass spectroscope was something he had gotten very good at using.
Mass spectroscope. That's the same thing as a mass spectrometer, right? I'm neither a chemist nor a physicist, so I'm not super confident about this, but I suspect they're the same thing. Mass spectrometer and mass spectroscope. Talking about the same thing, right? I think so. If anybody knows differently, tell me in the chat, please.
So he left the Windy City for sunny Southern California, starting his postdoctoral work at Caltech. And it was there that he planned to figure out how old the Earth is by lead-lead dating a meteorite. But to accomplish that, he knew he'd have to build the cleanest lead-free lab in the world. He tore out all the lead pipes and
it's the same. Thank you,
all
Wolvulus.
the electrical wiring that had lead solder. He had a special pressurized air system installed and separate rooms for each step of the lead isolation process. The refit was so extensive and therefore expensive that the geology department had to sell their fossil collection to fund it.
What? That's not good. Selling a fossil collection is like no bueno. It's really lousy that they didn't have the funding for something as incredibly important as this, you know? This is going to save the lives of millions of people. But yeah, Yeah.
Patterson got his lab, and styling himself as the kingpin of clean, he cleaned his meteorite sample, used his state-of-the-art mass spectroscopy.
The research definitely was worth it. Absolutely, Dr. Irrefutable. But that's crazy that, like, I don't know. You think about all of the money that's spent in the U.S. on stuff that actively kills people, you know? And nobody could find the cash to conduct research that would save the lives of millions of people. I don't know. It's just, it boggles the mind, you know? Yeah.
Scope to count how much of each type of lead there was and plug those numbers into the equations that would tell him the age of the Earth. It was 4.5 billion years old. If that sounds familiar, it's because it's basically the number we see.
And there you go, Dr. Fruit. But yeah.
It's one of the greatest scientific accomplishments of the 20th century. But Claire Patterson wasn't happy. It was now the 1960s, and in his decades-long quest to get the purest, most uncontaminated
Horns fan, yes. I know, right?
Patterson had realized just how much lead there was out there. And that's bad news because,
Oh,
as
yeah.
mentioned, lead is super toxic. It causes hallucinations, compulsions, coma, and eventually death, among other wonderful outcomes. People knew this to some extent as far back as Roman times.
Yep, that's what I was talking about.
1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
But we kept using it anyway. So in the 1960s...
So I don't know the extent to which this is really like an explanatory thing, but I've heard a lot of people who should know more about this sort of thing than I do saying that, like, yeah, there's so many people walking among us right now who had lead poisoning early on, and that might help explain why so many people are violent. They have problems with impulse control. They have problems with focusing, like so many different things like that, especially in like low income areas, where there's still like a ton of lead paint. So many of society's ills, I guess you could say, you might be able to trace that back directly to lead poisoning. Again, I'm not a sociologist. I'm not an environmental chemist. This is outside of my field of expertise entirely. But I've heard other people blame lead for so many things that are wrong in our society. And yeah. 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 It does make me want to read more about this because I know so little, and yet it's such an important thing. I feel like, I wonder if there's a really good book about Claire Patterson and this whole thing, because that would be fascinating to read. It sounds like the sort of book I'd want to get my hands on, you know? Either way, the lead doesn't help, says Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. And Horns fan says, how close were we to scientifically estimating the age of the Earth before Patterson's work? Kind of, there had been an upward trend in estimates for the age of the Earth before Patterson. But we didn't really have a solid number until Patterson and other scientists around the world kind of were using these, you know, radioactive isotope techniques. Radiometric dating was beginning to come into its own at that time. Claire Patterson was one of the first people to use it and like come up with a good answer. But yeah, that was in like the 50s, I want to say. Anyway, yeah.
Claire Patterson became an anti-lead activist. He railed against the gasoline industry in particular, which had started putting lead into fuel back in the 1930s to help car engines run more smoothly. And according to the kingpin of clean, that lead was coming out in the exhaust fumes and poisoning everyone. Of course, the powerful and lucrative gasoline industry didn't want to hear these accusations, so they actively denied his claims.
Yeah, they tried to destroy him. It's despicable what they...
And unfortunately, other scientists didn't have the same super clean practices in their labs, so they weren't able to replicate his results. But Patterson was undeterred, and he went to the ends of the Earth to prove his point. Literally, he traveled to both the Arctic and the Antarctic to sample snow and ice cores, and revealed that modern lead levels in those extremely remote regions were 300 times higher than they were in the 1700s. Patterson also braved seasickness to chart the oceans and fish for tuna, so that he could compare their lead levels against the tinned tuna on grocery shelves. Those tins were sealed with lead solder, which would contaminate the fish. And he found
Tuna's already full of stuff like mercury, but throwing lead in there too is bonkers. You know, you shouldn't feed this to your cat, let alone ingest it yourself, you know?
there was as much as 10,000 times more lead in the tinned tuna than wild tuna. Patterson also studied Egyptian mummy bones and found that they had roughly 600 times less lead in them than the bones of a modern American. Ultimately, he showed beyond all reasonable doubt that lead levels had soared since the rise of cars and the introduction of leaded gasoline. But Patterson was not alone in this quest. They may not have traveled to Antarctica with him, but medical doctors were learning more and more about the biological side effects of lead contamination. For example, high lead levels were linked to children having lower IQ scores. And eventually, other scientists began to cite Patterson's work and implement his lab practices. With all that science on their side, they forced governments into finally taking action. In 1990, the United States...
1990? Dude. That's what, like 35 years ago? That's it. That recently.
Environmental Protection Agency amended the Clean Air Act. Leaded gasoline
I remember this, Reiko, yeah.
Completely banned after a 5-year grace period. But unfortunately, Patterson died just 3 weeks before that ban took full effect. He lived his entire life in a world polluted by lead and spent much of his adult life working to eliminate it from his lab and then from the environment. But that work saved an untold number of lives. In the 4.5 billion year history of Earth, it might be the best use of lead ever. Thanks for watching this episode of SciShow.
Good stuff. I'll give you a link to this here. There you go. But yeah, Retro Roadshow says, this is why I say if we can make it another 1,000 years, people in the future are going to look back on the stupid, uninformed disasters we've imposed on ourselves and cringe. Absolutely. Some of us are already doing that. But this is why this is why science is so important, you know? When people like Claire Patterson set out to determine the age of the Earth, they didn't know that they were going to be making these other discoveries as well. You never know what you're going to discover in science, necessarily. When you're working at the very frontiers of human knowledge, you don't know what you don't know. You don't know what's out there waiting to be discovered. So in determining the age of the Earth by using these elements like lead, and then determining that the lead is everywhere, shoot, where is it coming from? It's coming from car exhaust, it's coming from industrial practices, it's coming from food packaging. That work that started with simple, basic human curiosity. How old is our planet? Ended up saving the lives of millions of people. Claire Patterson couldn't have known that that was going to happen when he started this work. That's why it's so important to fund basic, curiosity-driven scientific research. If there were a system in place where it was entirely dependent on quarterly returns or something, you know, research is a for-profit enterprise, a company would have looked at that and gone, well, you're trying to determine the age of the Earth? Sounds really expensive. You need what kind of laboratory setting? We're not funding that. How are we going to profit from it? If profit motive is your only motive, you're never going to get anywhere in science. That's why we need funding for, again, basic curiosity-driven science, because you never know what kind of benefits are going to accrue from that. You never know what you're going to find. we don't want to lead short, miserable lives, suffering all the way. Human beings, we want to be able to enjoy life. We want to be able to lead meaningful, happy, safe, healthy lives if we can. We want to be able to reduce human suffering as much as we can, and the suffering of all the creatures around us too. Scientific discoveries like this help us do that. That's why you have to support science. It's disappointing that, like, in our society today, here in the US, we're sliding backwards. Science funding is being slashed left and right. It's deeply distressing. For the sake of greed and selfishness, these kinds of scientific discoveries are not going to be made anymore if they're not funded. And we're all going to be more miserable as a result of that. That's why we really need to turn things around, you know? Anyhow, that's the end of my little soapbox there. But yeah. Yeah. But yeah. And Circule says the banning of CFCs has led to the ozone layer recovering significantly. Yeah, that was a time when people around the world agreed to follow the scientific evidence where it led, and they took action and they solved the problem. That's a remarkable success story, and it shows that this sort of thing is possible, you know? Yeah. Oh, and there you go, Cacklinsworth. Microplastics are another one. I was just reading about that 2 days ago. Yeah. These environmental contaminants like that, things like microplastics, they're absolutely everywhere. And we still don't fully understand, I think, the effects on human health. They're surely not as devastating as they are for lead, you know? But that's something that requires more work. We need more research. We need more funding for this kind of work. And it's not happening right now, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. But yeah. More concerned about PFAS? There you go, halation effect, yeah. Yeah. In Mayor of Space, most airplanes still using leaded fuel? You're kidding me. Seriously? Aircraft go through a tremendous amount of fuel. I would think that would exceed, like, all of the cars on the road. Oh, boy. Yeah. Anywho. Oh, and Camaro King here. There you go. We were just talking about this earlier. Oh, just piston engine planes. Oh, gotcha, Dr. Beautiful. Okay. I was gonna say, like, leaded jet fuel? It sounds like... Somehow that didn't make sense. Yeah. Yeah. Let's take a look at this from Vox about that hole in the ozone layer. Like, this is another example of, like, a remarkable scenario where scientific research led to a threat being pointed out, and then it was solved, you know? This sort of thing is possible. Check this out.
1980s.
The 80s were all about big hair, neon, MTV, and then there was this.
Every October, a hole appears in the ozone layer over the South Pole.
The hole in the ozone shield is the size of the continental United States.
The protective ozone layer is being threatened as never before. We're all at risk.
Scientists warned that humanity was on track to completely destroy the ozone layer by 2050.
Oh boy.
Without it, ecosystems would collapse, skin cancer rates would skyrocket, and life as we know it would cease to exist. But today, the ozone layer is healing.
Why, though? It's because we stopped doing something that was destroying it. Scientific research showed that this was a problem, and people listened, and we solved the problem. This is how it should go. This is a remarkable success story, and I love sharing this kind of thing, you know? Dr. Irrefutable says, I was there, I remember. It looks cold. Shoot. If you had a coat, Dr. Irrefutable. Yeah. How are we doing volume-wise, by the way? It sounds super loud in my ear, but is the audio peaking on your end? I know, Dr. Irrefutable. I know. I was kidding.
Act, the world came together to prevent an environmental catastrophe.
That's great?
So,
okay.
How did we do it? And what can we learn from it? The ozone layer is a sort of belt around the Earth made up of gaseous molecules. It protects every living thing by absorbing 2 types of ultraviolet radiation from the sun. It's a powerful shield, but it's also fragile. In 1985, scientists discovered a massive loss of ozone here, right over Antarctica.
Yowza.
40% of the layer had dissipated, creating a hole. Scientists realized the hole formed in the spring, and every year it got worse.
This was a wake-up call. It wasn't small and far in the future. It was now, and way bigger than anybody ever imagined, and no one...
That's Dr. Solomon, an atmospheric chemist. In 1986, she flew to Antarctica, along with
man,
other
I want to go there. It's still a dream of mine to go to Antarctica and dig fossils there. Someday.
Investigate the cause of the ozone hole.
Leading the team is Susan Solomon, a young atmospheric chemist from Boulder, Colorado.
You know, once you step off the plane in Antarctica, if you've never been there before, your main goal is to get out without getting frostbite.
Got it. You want to do the next one?
But
I want to do that.
Our goal was to take measurements, not just of ozone, but also of different chemicals that would help to show why it was going away.
Some scientists released balloons into the sky to take ozone measurements, while others took measurements on the ground. And they all came to the same conclusion.
So again, this is a big thing in science, is you've got multiple research teams that are all trying to tackle the same problem. They're all running their experiments independently. And if they come to the same conclusion, then that shows you, oh, shoot, there's really something going on here. It's exactly what happened in this case. Multiple teams using different methodologies, and they agree, like, there's something here, you know?
The biggest problem was chlorine from a man-made compound called chlorofluorocarbons, or CFCs. On the ground, CFCs aren't harmful.
And there you go, Dread Pirate Robert. Yeah.
Once they float up to the stratosphere, the sun breaks them down into chlorine. They bind with ozone to make oxygen and chlorine monoxide. Then, the loose oxygen atoms bump the chlorine atom out, freeing it to destroy more ozone molecules. And that causes a chain reaction.
The long lifetime of the chlorofluorocarbons is a big part of the problem. They live anywhere between 50 and 150 years in our atmosphere, so it means that every year that you use, what you used the year before is almost entirely still there. So it just builds up and builds up exponentially.
So yeah, CFCs. This is something that back when I worked at an auto parts store as a delivery driver, I was actually trained on this briefly. They used to use like Captain Bud Maniac says right there, Freon in AC systems. It used to be actual Freon that you would use to recharge your air conditioning system in your car. Nowadays we use something called what is it? R134 or RC134. This might be two different things, but these are compounds that don't cause the depletion of the ozone layer. It's a different thing. Yeah.
And back then, we used a lot of CFCs.
Yep.
The US had already moved away from CFCs in aerosol cans, but most of the world hadn't yet. And they were still in everything from refrigerators and air conditioners and styrofoam. The entire world needed to make a big change quickly, or we'd face
catastrophe. Unmitigated catastrophe.
In 1987, ozone levels had
There you go,
dropped
Kennedy.
by
Yeah.
50%.
Oh
This
boy.
growing threat led to some of the fastest collective action on climate we've ever seen.
So I like to think of it as there's 3 P's that, when they're met, we do very well at addressing environmental problems. So it was personal, it was perceptible, and the solutions were practical.
Hang on just a sec. I want to look this up real quick. Yeah. Oop. So I guess R12 was Freon? R12, also known as Freon, was the most commonly used refrigerant in automotive air conditioning systems for several decades until it was found to be harmful to the environment, causing ozone depletion. The use of R12 in new vehicles was banned in the US in 1994 due to its ozone-depleting properties. Yeah. So R134A is the compound that's used nowadays. And I've actually used this before to try and recharge air conditioning systems. It's often more difficult than it looks. Oftentimes, if your AC isn't working in your car anymore, it's not necessarily that it needs a recharge. It might be that there's a leak in the system. Several times that I've tried to manually recharge it using like a canister of the stuff. Blues Sugaku, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah, several times when I've tried to recharge the AC system using something like this, it hasn't worked, just because the problem is not that it needs a recharge, the problem is that there's a rupture somewhere, and the stuff is all leaking out. So you recharge it, and it'll work for an hour, and then the stuff leaks out, and it's no good anymore. AC repair, air conditioning repair in vehicles is difficult. It's complicated. But yeah. And R134A has its own problems, unfortunately. I'm sure it does, yeah. Yeah. R2D2 and C3P. There you go, Horaz. Yeah. And yeah, Carnotaurus, yeah, styrofoam also was a contributing factor to the depletion of the ozone layer. Yeah, they talked about that a little bit back here. Anyway, let's continue with the video.
Unmitigated catastrophe.
In 1987,
YF is in new
dropped
cars.
by 50%.
Interesting, Captain Bud.
This
Huh.
growing threat led to some of the fastest collective action on climate we've ever seen.
So I like to think of it as there's 3 P's that, when they're met, we do very well at addressing environmental problems. So it was personal, it was perceptible, and the solutions were practical. If you've been sunburned, you know that skin cancer is not a good thing. So everybody understands skin cancer. The personal nature of the threat is huge. And the perceptible was easy to do with satellite measurements. You can just watch it get completely destroyed and go to 0, where there should have been a lot of ozone.
So this is interesting, the 3 Ps. Interesting stuff. Yeah, so it has to be something that's personal, like you can see it happening to you, or you can imagine it happening to you or your family. Like, that's an immediate thing that it gets people's attention. And you can look at it as well. It's not too complicated or conceptual. It's like, there it is. Look at the satellite data. It's perceptible.
We have practical solutions. It was easy to find substitutes for chlorofluorocarbons in spray cans. That took, less than a year to do. It was a very straightforward switch. And I think the main
Autotech. Oh, very cool, Captain Bud.
factor
Awesome.
in all of that is the
Yeah.
public.
Scientists like Dr. Solomon held press conferences to inform the public.
I think we will eventually see large-scale depletions of the ozone layer at other latitudes.
The ozone hole started showing up on TV shows and movies.
Those damn fluorocarbons have been kicking hell out of the ozone. Macaroni, it'll burn off.
Well, so will the ozone eventually.
And all this public awareness put pressure on leaders around the world to act.
We are here today because we recognize that urgent action is necessary.
And the Montreal Protocol made it official. It recognized that worldwide emissions can significantly deplete the ozone layer and result in adverse effects on human health and the environment. It listed control measures to reduce ozone-depleting substances in a series of steps, including help for developing countries who need alternative technology and substituting products. Every single
So
country
it is possible.
eventually signed the protocol, making it the only universal treaty to ever be ratified.
Shoot.
And the most successful environmental agreement in human history.
So a real model for success here.
Soon after, the world's largest CFC producer began to phase them out. Since the protocol went into effect on January 1st, 1989, the consumption of ozone-depleting substances, including CFCs, plummeted. Today, more than 30 years
impressive.
after the Montreal Protocol was signed, the ozone hole has stopped growing, and it's now shrinking. And by 2065, it is expected to have recovered completely.
If current trends continue. Like if we stick to this. Which I hope we will,
But there's more to be done. After the CFC ban, we began using hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs.
Oof, yeah.
HFCs don't deplete the ozone layer, but they are a potent greenhouse gas that contributes to climate change. And it's
So as a greenhouse gas, basically they trap incoming heat and they end up warming the planet. Most of you probably know what a greenhouse gas is already, but just think of it like it's something you put up into the atmosphere. It makes everything hotter. The solar radiation that comes in from the sun, this traps that heat and warms the planet.
it's the fastest growing one.
Oh boy.
So in 2016, the Montreal Protocol was amended to include HFCs, and now they are being phased out too. But they are only one part of a larger issue.
Climate change is already happening right here, right now.
Experts say that we have until 2030 to avoid catastrophe.
People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing.
Unprecedented and even irreversible changes are happening to this planet. It is beyond any doubt that human activity is to blame.
I don't know if it's, well, I guess you could say it's irreversible. Shoot. As a paleontologist, it's easy to kind of like nitpick about stuff like this and go, well, no, these changes aren't irreversible. In a couple tens of millions of years, maybe they will have been reversed after we're extinct, after there's no more people. But for most people, it's like, what are you talking about? You're nitpicking over the use of a word like that? Like, sure, okay. But what does it matter if we're extinct, Sometimes the perspective that paleontology gives us is, I don't know. Sometimes it's easy to go, well, the Earth itself will be fine. There'll be no more people, of course, We'll all be dead. But, the Earth itself, it's going to be okay. Sometimes that's not a helpful perspective to express, and I got to remember that, Claire says people are overrated. We don't have to be, The human beings have this tremendous capacity to be compassionate and curious and good. We have so much potential as a species, and I think we don't meet that potential most of the time. But we can, we can do better. So yeah, Anakin Gabriel says, I don't know, I like being alive sometimes. Me too. It's pretty sweet. Yeah. Anywho, and there you go, Murph. Yeah, no, that is a serious issue. They might even talk about that right here.
Climate change, our most challenging environmental problem, is still in need of big solutions.
Oh, yeah.
So I think people in most parts of the world now understand and are concerned about the personal impact. They found it to be perceptible. And we are finding practical solutions.
Here's a failure in video editing here. Practical solutions to climate change don't really include riding a bicycle or putting glass bottles into a bag, whatever that was right there. Like, these are things that can help you feel better personally. And it's better than absolutely nothing, I suppose, but these are not changes that are going to save our climate, to keep things habitable for human beings. We need massive change on a massive scale. And to take the onus of responsibility and put it on individual people rather than on huge systems, governments and corporations, and like the things that really make a difference. Me, taking plastic bags and bringing them to a recycler, that's a good thing. It can potentially help keep those plastic bags out of the ocean so they don't end up ingested by leatherback sea turtles, like we've been talking about. But that alone is a drop in the bucket. Frankly, my time would be much better spent doing other things like advocating for policy changes, trying to hold big corporations to account. So yeah, it's frustrating to see this kind of thing, in a video like this. Like, oh yeah, you're riding a bike. It's not a personal responsibility thing. This is going to take massive collective action, So anyway, yeah. And there you go, Ordospacist. Yeah, the United States military apparatus is the largest polluter in the history of the world. And that's for it's one of the biggest single line items in the federal budget. It's a problem. Yeah. Anywho, I talked about this last week a little bit, but there's a novel that I would recommend to you if you're, I don't know, if you get really worked up about this kind of thing like I do. Trying to find you a brief video on this. We looked at this before? I feel like we have. Anyway, sometimes science fiction, is a way to kind of explore ideas and feel things out and help kind of get your head wrapped around a problem. I would really recommend this book for doing this. It kind of helped change the way that I think about the problems that are posed by climate change and what to do about them. It's a science fiction novel by Kim Stanley Robinson, really well-known author. I don't know a great deal about science fiction. I'm not really an avid science fiction reader, but I say that name, Kim Stanley Robinson, and people who are into science fiction go, oh yeah, this is one of the big names in that field.
Well, thank you, JP, for that kind introduction, and
I'll just give you a link to this.
Thank you, Pioneers, for having me back. It is a pleasure to be back. Yay. So, I wrote Ministry for the Future in 2019, and that is a long time ago. Previous...
Hang on a sec. Ellis Ames, thanks for the 3 months. I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you, Ellis Ames, for the 3 months of support. Thanks for keeping me online for that long. I really appreciate it. Couldn't be here without the support of people like you. So thank you.
Geological era, and a darker time than now, I want to assert. Trump was still president.
Oh boy.
It looked like he might win in 2020.
Oh boy.
And people were not taking the climate change crisis that Adam Tooze now calls the polycrisis, very appropriately. We're not taking it seriously enough. And
anyway, I give you a link to that. You can watch this if you'd like. I'd recommend that book. I don't want to be recommending too many books every stream, but that was one that I found really personally fulfilling to read. I highly recommend it. If you're like every other paleontologist, geologist, scientist I know, if you're really kind of terrified of what's happening to our planet, the unraveling of the climate, I found that book to be really sobering, but also really optimistic. Can't recommend it highly enough. The Ministry for the Future, it's good stuff. If you like long science fiction books that are well written, thought-provoking, and grounded in real science, check it out. Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Crimson. Yeah, I think it was kind of like that, yeah. But anywho, yeah. Well, that said, let's switch gears a little bit. Let's get back to that documentary that we were looking at on Thursday, that we didn't get through.
Vote for poison.
And N. Sibley, thank you for the follow. You're the very first person to trigger that brand new alert. I know that was brief. Did everyone catch that? Yeah, that was Jim there. Good stuff. Hey Key says thanks for the book recommendation. You bet. Hey Key, thanks for being here. Okay, where was that documentary? This one about the evolution of birds from dinosaurs, back when this was still a controversial idea. This is a neat documentary to look at in,
Martin would agree with that.
A great documentary to look at, to kind of explore how controversies are resolved in science. Anytime that you've got a scientific mystery and you've got different ideas about what's going on, you get conflicts. You get different researchers who disagree about things. But in science, the whole idea is that we're following the evidence where it leads, and eventually we'll figure it out. People come to agree about things as more evidence comes to light, as more experiments are run, as we gain a better understanding for these natural phenomena. We generally start to converge on, like, a correct answer. And this is a beautiful example of that. In the early 1990s, this documentary came out in 1991, it was still kind of controversial that birds had evolved from dinosaurs. The origin of birds had been a mystery for a long time. And there were a lot of paleontologists who thought, shoot, birds and some kinds of dinosaur look very similar. They share a lot of characteristics. Maybe birds evolved from dinosaurs. Maybe that's where birds came from. there were paleontologists who accepted the idea right away, and there are paleontologists who disagreed. So some of those paleontologists who disagree were people like Larry Martin here.
But the dinosaur-bird connection is less popular with fossil bird experts like Larry Martin, who think the dinosaur people have embraced an attractive idea too easily.
It's probably a bad thing in science when all the scientists can agree on something.
I don't know about that. But yeah, that's the thing, is they don't agree. Like, there are different paleontologists who agree that birds evolved from dinosaurs, but from which group exactly? From the dromaeosaurids, from the troodontids, from a more basal group than that? Like, in science, we love to argue about the nitty-gritty details, even if we agree on the big picture stuff. Yeah.
Because the most horrible mistakes, if you look historically, you'll find out the most horrible mistakes generally had wide agreement.
Martin points out that almost all the dinosaurs used to support the theory appeared in the Cretaceous, as much as 70 million years after Archaeopteryx, supposedly their descendant.
No, anyway, we've got dinosaurs from earlier in the Jurassic period now that could very well be precursors to Archaeopteryx. But anyway, let's fast forward to where we actually were. We had this discussion of cladistics with Jacques Gautier right there. So coming up with family trees for different organisms based on certain characteristics that you plug into a computer. Yeah. We've talked about cladistics before. I'm sure we'll do it again. But let's continue from here.
Which was itself derived from other dinosaurs. And birds are the continuation of that line. This comes as no surprise to Gautier.
The simplest interpretation for all the evidence has always been that birds are dinosaurs.
Well, I don't have anything at all against either Cladis or cladistics. I am a little bit upset by rather dogmatic statements that are sometimes made by people that would sort of imply that because you do a cladistic analysis that you've come up with truth. Empirically, you know that's not true, because if you look at perfectly good cladists that work on the same group, they all come up with different cladograms, and you know that at best only one of those cladograms can be correct.
I mean, I said this last time too, but none of them are actually correct. They're all just models for trying to understand the relationships between different organisms. A cladogram is never the end-all be-all. Like, they're always going to be incomplete or incorrect in some detail. It's just when they all start to converge on a certain idea, it might be because, well, shoot, maybe that idea has some validity.
Now, the reason for this is probably has to do with how carefully people analyze and choose the characters that go into the cladograms. If you put garbage into a cladogram, you're going to get garbage out.
And this is true.
Well, they're welcome to their point of view, but they may have another agenda. They may not like cladistic analysis, as you pointed out. They may not want to think about birds as being dinosaurs. They may really think that birds must be more ancient and they must come from the far. I mean, there's always something that makes people, there's something lying behind why people have ideas.
Martin would agree with that. He thinks dinosaur paleontologists have a strong motive to connect birds with dinosaurs.
I think that it's an enormously attractive.
And Haraz makes a really good point here. I love this, Haraz. Scientists who disagree with an idea that is later proven still play an important role. They help sharpen the argument and increase the chances of discovering alternative ideas. In some cases, yeah, for sure. Up to a point. I think after a certain point, there's diminishing returns. And I think that was the case with the band folks, the birds are not dinosaurs folks. I think you could make a strong argument that some of those people, they've ended up harming science a great deal by confusing the public. Also, like, giving creationists a bunch of talking points and stuff. Creationists love the band idea because they try and use this idea that, oh, you know, birds couldn't evolve from dinosaurs. That couldn't have happened. Birds could not have evolved from dinosaurs. The creationists will take those arguments from the band people and use that to try and argue against evolution as a concept overall. This happens again and again and again. I can probably show you examples of this. Like, there we go. This is from the Answers in Genesis website, which is a, like, young Earth creationist organization. So they're saying, oh, birds are not dinosaurs, and why it matters. Well, because no animals are anything else, and because animals don't change over time, and blah, blah, blah. Like, that's kind of their argument here. And so in this article, I think they're probably going to be quoting some of the band folks. Hey, there we go. Yeah. So they're citing some of these arguments by people like Alan Fiducia. So anywho, they're also just making completely factually incorrect statements here, bordering on lies, really. So I think they claim in here that no dinosaurs had feathers, which is completely untrue. Like, we've got lots and lots and lots of direct evidence for feathers in dinosaurs. We have fossil feathers. But anyway, yeah. This is a wild series of sentences here. To confuse matters more, some so-called dinosaurs have unambiguous feathers. What do you mean so-called dinosaurs? That does not mean that dinosaurs have feathers, though. So, some dinosaurs had feathers, but that doesn't mean that some dinosaurs had feathers. Because these so-called dinosaurs not only have pennaceous feathers, but also possess wing structures capable of either flight or gliding, and tail structures like the ones found in fossil birds. So I guess what they're trying to do is kind of argue that dinosaurs like Velociraptor, that we know had feathers, well, because it has feathers, that means that it can't be a dinosaur. Because, I don't know, they're reusing these, like, really flimsy band arguments, the birds are not dinosaurs people's arguments, to try and argue against the very idea of evolution. And Charlie's Dragon says, I think they're saying it's a bird because it has feathers. I mean, yeah, that is kind of what they're saying. It can't be a dinosaur, it has to be a bird because it clearly has feathers. Which is like, you know, you're just playing word games at that point. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And there you go, Fespit. That's exactly right. Yeah. And Hornsfan says, were their feathers very similar to feathers found today, or were they feathers in a more loose sense of the term? It depends which group of dinosaurs you're looking at. If you're looking at Velociraptor and some of the other dromaeosaurs, they've got full-on pennaceous feathers. Oops. So feathers with, like, a central rachis, or shaft. And then all of the barbs and barbules that come off of those. Like, they are proper feathers. Some of them are even asymmetrical, like a proper flight feather nowadays. So we have got a lot of dinosaurs that have got these full-on proper flight feathers, pennaceous feathers. And then some of them are what we might call proto-feathers. So this is like stage 1 or stage 2 or stage 3 feathers in this diagram here. So some of them are simple hair-like structures. Some of them are more complex. We basically have a whole spectrum among different non-bird dinosaurs. So yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. So some of these examples are pretty extraordinary. Things like Microraptor with full-on flight feathers. Some of these are kind of in between, and some of them are much more hair-like you get in like Sinosauropteryx, for instance. This critter's basically got a simple, almost like downy covering. These are hair-like feathers like that. Here. I think we might even be able to find a clip with... There we go. With a friend of the stream, Matt Lamana. Where is Matt here? Trying to find when he's actually on the screen. Oh well, he narrates this part at least.
Was making headlines. Over the next several years,
Here we go.
Bozeman, Montana,
attended the 56th annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
Now, if he'd attended the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting that took place in Laramie, Wyoming, or in Bozeman, Montana, or in Norman, Oklahoma, it might not have had the same impact. But the 1996 meeting was held at the American Museum of Natural History in New York.
So this is SVP. I just found out today that my abstract was accepted for me to present at the 85th annual meeting. It's going to be held in Birmingham, in England, this year. Really excited to go. Here, Birmingham's beautiful, you know? It's the crown jewel of the British Isles. Anywho, this is the same organization, SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting.
So Chen Peiji brought photographs.
This is Sinosauropteryx here.
Chinese dinosaur with a fringe or frill of feather-like structures running down its back. And he just didn't bring the fossil, just brought photographs. He didn't.
And there you go, Kennedy. Exactly, yeah.
He just walked around showing scientists these photos, and the effect was electrifying.
Yep.
Soon, Sinosauropteryx was making headlines. Over the next several years, Liaoning proved to be a treasure trove as more astounding discoveries were unearthed. Among them were Caudipteryx and Protarchaeopteryx, and Microraptor guii, a weird-looking creature with long feathers on both its arms and its legs. The Liaoning discoveries conclusively demonstrate that feathers occurred on many types of ancient animals, some of which were clearly incapable of flight.
And when he says many kinds of ancient animals, Matt means dinosaurs. Some of them are legit, straight-up birds, and some of them are just very bird-like dinosaurs, but they're all, you know, these are different kinds of dinosaurs with different kinds of feathers.
They also raise a compelling question. If some feathered dinosaurs couldn't fly, how and why did they evolve feathers in the first place? After all, who needs feathers?
And feathers develop in a very unique way. Initially, a lot of people thought that having scales were a logical progenitor to feathers, but it turns out that because scales develop so differently, bird feathers must have arisen as a completely unique structure. They didn't have any type of modern analog that you would look at and call a scale that preceded it.
Feathers are
So I don't know if this is still held to be true. I don't know enough about Evo Devo. I don't know enough about evolutionary development. I don't know enough about how things develop embryonically to know whether feathers and scales are actually what we call homologous structures, if they're made of the same exact thing, if they follow a similar developmental pathway. You could just tweak a scale and turn it into a feather. I think there might still be like dispute about that, but yeah, anywho, the reason I pulled this up, I wanted to show you, I want to say there was a clip where they open up that box and show off Archaeopteryx here, but maybe, or Sinosauropteryx here, but maybe not. I'm thinking of a different documentary. I remember it was like red fabric in a box, and they open it up, and there it is. But it very well might be a different documentary. I don't know if it's in here. I'm looking. Oh, no, there it is. Yeah.
An odd.
They thought it's only a small theropod, that's all.
As he studied the fossil, Dr. G observed a curious feature. An odd, feather-like fuzz, what we now call protofeathers, on its body. All birds have feathers, but the animal G was staring at was clearly no bird. So he named it Sinosauropteryx, meaning Chinese lizard wing. It was the first feathered non-avian dinosaur ever discovered in China, and indeed, anywhere in the world. Only the world didn't know it yet. That would take another year, when another scientist from the Nanjing Institute, Dr. Chen Peizhi, attended the 56th annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
There we go. We just watched this clip earlier. And we're going through here. Yeah. 56th annual meeting. That's crazy. It's the 85th this year. Makes me feel old. Shoot. Anyway, Sinosauropteryx is a pretty cool dinosaur. That's why we have it as a tier 2 emote in this channel. Anywho, let's get back to our documentary here, talking about... Let's go back in time to 1991, to when this idea that birds evolved from dinosaurs was still controversial.
Idea. If you work on dinosaurs, and birds are closely related to dinosaurs, then we might assume that dinosaurs had avian physiology or maybe even bird feathers. So we wind up knowing a lot more about the behavior and physiology of dinosaurs than we could speculate about otherwise.
Larry Martin makes a good point here. Yeah, that is part of what makes this an intriguing idea emotionally, like why we might want to believe that birds evolved from dinosaurs. But again, it's a little bit of projection, I think. Sorry, Larry. A good scientist follows the evidence where it leads, and she's fearless about that. It doesn't seem like Larry Martin and co. actually followed the evidence where it led, especially later in the 1990s when feathered dinosaurs started showing up left, right, and center. They continually made excuses saying, oh, well, if it's got feathers, then it can't be a dinosaur because it's got feathers. And dinosaurs can't have feathers. No, the paleontologists who suspected that birds evolved from dinosaurs had been predicting that we'd find feathered dinosaurs for a long time. And once they found them, you're moving the goalposts and saying, well, they can't be dinosaurs because they have feathers. You know?
If it turns out the birds are...
And Kenny H. Wise says, is this guy still alive and does he still think this? Larry Martin passed away in 2013, right before my first SVP meeting in Los Angeles, SVP 2013. But there are, I think, one or two different colleagues of his, including Alan Fiducia, who are still around and are still clinging to this old idea that birds cannot have evolved from dinosaurs. Impossible. So, yeah. And according to Wikipedia, he changed his mind. Really, Charlie's Dragon? Is that so? Oh, shoot. Larry Martin, American paleontologist. According to the University of Kansas, he had been a leading opponent of the theory that birds are living dinosaurs. Later, he acknowledged a correlation and further contributed? I don't know what that means. Huh. Okay. Word bird only shows up once in this. Word avian doesn't show up. Huh. I'm interested to know where the citation is for that claim, though. Yeah, I'm not seeing that anywhere. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not finding any evidence that he actually... he ever accepted the idea. After new fossil discoveries in China during the past 15 years, Martin pushed the theory that birds had coexisted with dinosaurs, in contrast to the accepted theory that birds had actually evolved from dinosaurs. Yeah, I'm not finding any evidence at all that he ever changed his mind. Yeah. There goes Sketchy Tracks, yeah. I'm trying to find that. And Roseanne says the discovery of Microraptor brought him to finally concede that dromaeosaurs are birds' closest relatives. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about, where it seems like he and people like Alan Fiducia and the other, like, band folks, rather than just accepting the idea that, yeah, the evidence seems to point to birds evolving from dinosaurs, instead they kind of shifted the goalpost and said, well, if it has feathers, it can't be a dinosaur, it has to be a bird. And so groups like Dromaeosaurids, these guys, Velociraptor, Deinonychus, Utahraptor, Microraptor, etc., well, they can't be dinosaurs, they have to be birds since they have feathers. So basically just reclassifying an entire group of dinosaurs as being no longer dinosaurs because they're too bird-like. Rather than accepting that, oh shoot, the reason why they're so bird-like is because birds evolved from dinosaurs. You know? So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Interesting. So let's continue. There's an old saying. Was it Max Planck who coined it, perhaps? The phrase, science proceeds, or science advances, one funeral at a time. In some cases, it is almost literally true, in the sense that, like, sometimes when you have new ideas in science, older researchers just kind of refuse to accept them, to look at the new evidence fairly and follow it where it leads. And you kind of have to wait for those people to retire or literally pass away, die, in order for the scientific consensus to move on. I like to think that for the most part, dinosaur paleontologists have been pretty good about accepting the dinosaur bird evidence as it's cropped up. People have changed their minds, but there were a few paleontologists who didn't or still haven't. And from what I can tell, I don't mean to disparage the guy, but it seems like Larry Martin was one of those holdouts who I think, passed away before, without changing his mind about that. So yeah. Game Over says, that's cold. I mean, yeah. Where did that phrase come from? And I wonder if there's we can find a video on it. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to find anything good. Ash the Vampire 360, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Planck's principle. Okay, there's a name for it. The view that scientific change does not occur because individual scientists change their mind, but rather that successive generations of scientists have different views. I think this might be true in areas like physics, maybe, but in paleontology, I feel like we've been pretty good at embracing new ideas as new evidence comes to light. Yeah. Anyhow, let's continue.
Really related more closely to crocodilians, then in fact it's very difficult for us to make any speculations at all about dinosaurian physiology and behavior. So
and there you go, avocado, yeah.
The idea that birds are related to them. And as far as
and plane shifter, and so Larry Martin's not a creationist. No, absolutely not. So he was a legitimate paleontologist, studied fossils. He just thought that rather than let's see, we're at 32, 37 here. Rather than the idea that birds evolved from dinosaurs, he thought that birds evolved from an earlier group of reptiles, so that birds have a similar ancestry to dinosaurs, but they're like a separate branch on the reptile family tree. He thought that birds evolved from an earlier group of archosauriform reptiles, archosaurs called thecodonts, which is a term that I don't think we really use that much anymore. Thecodontia. There we go. An obsolete taxonomic grouping. So like weird croc relatives, basically. Thecodonts. This is what Larry Martin thought was the case, that like birds evolved from some as yet undiscovered ancestor, separate from the ancestry of dinosaurs. So dinosaurs and birds evolved from the same ancestor way far back in time. Whereas the current consensus, backed up by a lot of evidence, is that birds spring forth from dinosaurs. I'm trying to find you... There we go. So birds come from dinosaurs. That makes sense? This is the view that just about every paleontologist, evolutionary biologist, ornithologist, bird scientist, they'll all tell you this is what the evidence points to now. Birds are a kind of dinosaur. They evolved from dinosaurs. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. An HCF, important not to let the fact that some gatekeeping happens. Oh, yeah, no. Graham Hancock is a quack and a charlatan, HCF. I want to make that very clear. Having a Netflix show does not make you an expert on anything. That guy is spreading misinformation, disinformation, outright lies. Don't get me started on Graham Hancock. And I'm not even an archaeologist. Like, I know that the guy is full of nonsense. That's not even my field. Talk to somebody like Melissa in Denial, who is herself an archaeologist. She streams here on Twitch. She can tell you all about that. Yeah. It's a good point, HCF. And thank you for bringing it up. Yeah. Full of coprolite. There you go. Orthospacist, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, where were we? 32 something? Yeah.
Certainly a lot more fun to think that that's a small tyrannosaur about.
There we go.
Otherwise, if it turns out the birds are really related more closely to crocodilians,
there you go, real microbates. Fair,
fact,
yeah.
It's very difficult for us to make any speculations at all about dinosaurian physiology and behavior.
There you go, generic spinoff, yeah.
I'd certainly be attracted to the idea that birds are related to them. And as far as the general public's considered, if I go home and I have a cage with a parakeet in it, it's certainly a lot more fun to think that that's a small Tyrannosaurus.
No one ever said it was a Tyrannosaurus. I don't... Anyway.
The idea that birds are direct descendants of dinosaurs has already influenced our view of dinosaurs. It's become a central theme in the public's education about their favorite extinct animals.
Look at his foot. He's got a bird foot, 3 toes in front, 1 toe turned back. He's got a bird leg. He's got a plucked chicken body.
It may well be true, but if it's not, we may know less about...
This is supposed to be Deinonychus right here. And we now know this animal was fully covered with feathers. So it's just like a Jurassic Park style Deinonychus here. Yeah, nowadays we realize that should look more like this. Or like this. That's a lovely one, actually. There's a beautiful Gabriele Guetto illustration of Deinonychus. I love this one. Yeah, check that out. So more this than that. So old, new. We now know that these animals, more or less full coatings of feathers like this. That's where all the evidence points to. And it's because of fossils like this. Sinornithosaurus, which is a dromaeosaur from China. There have been multiple specimens that show this animal was fully coated with feathers. Pretty darn cool. Also, Gen Yuan Long. Fossil feathers on this critter, too. What do you think about that, sweetie pie? What do you think about that? Is that pretty cool? Yeah. Oh, you pushing the camera around? She loves doing that. You love doing that, don't you? Yeah. Ready for rent payment? I already paid her for rent today, but okay. Landlords, you know? Always looking for more. Always looking for more. Yeah, what that belly down here? Got that belly down here. Alright. Alright. Here, let's get you brushed a little bit, and then let's get you some more treats, huh? Huh? Ooh. There we go. How's that? Good stuff. Okay, here's some treats, huh? Come here. Whoa, look at all those. Crunch, crunch. Civic Science Center. Oh, very cool, Petrodactylus. So those might actually be Dynamation dinosaurs there. So Jim Kirkland back in the day worked for an organization. Yeah, this is one of them. There's their Deinonychus there. Yeah, this would have been before Utah Raptor, because that documentary came out in 91. Utah Raptor was published in 93. But yeah, these were robotic dinosaurs that would go on tour around the world. They were part of various, like, traveling museum exhibits and stuff. They're a big deal. Yeah. There we go. So this was state-of-the-art stuff in the early 90s.
That's it.
Dimetrodon there. Not a dinosaur. Triceratops. This is just raw B-roll here, isn't it? Hands in the cameras. Yeah. Anywho. Good stuff. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? What was that noise? Anywho. Yeah. And Plane Shifter says, mammals, dinosaurs, are those families? So, no, those would be much broader groups. So... There we go. If we're talking about taxonomic rankings like this, then, that'll do it. Oh. Yeah. So, these are all kind of... Well, I won't even talk about that. I don't want to confuse anybody. Mammalia is a class right here. And Dinosauria would be either a subclass or an order, maybe. So, like, I guess it would be class Reptilia, and then dinosaurs are an order within that. Family is a smaller group. So, like, a family is a group of closely related genera. It's the plural of genus. And then a genus is a group of species that all share a common ancestor. So everything above the species level is kind of arbitrary. It's like the species are the one thing in nature, the one taxonomic ranking that actually, like, is like a biological reality to a certain extent. Species are still really wishy-washy too, but the rest of these are increasingly wishy-washy the further you go up. But anywho, yeah. So let's use well, shoot, we can use the leatherback turtle as an example. So Dermichelys coriacea is the leatherback sea turtle. This remarkable animal here. The second heaviest reptile in the world's largest living turtle, the deepest diving and fastest and longest migrating of all non-bird reptiles. Dermichelys coriacea. So we can look over here at the scientific classification. So Dermichelys coriacea is the species. Coriacea is the species. Dermichelys is the genus. It's the only member of its genus and the only member of its subfamily or family around today. Dermichelyidae, there used to be a bunch of other members of this family, and they're all extinct. Dermichelys is the only genus left. And the only species within that is Dermichelys coriacea, the modern leatherback turtle. Then you get into Chelonoidea, which are that's the sea turtles. That's a superfamily. Cryptodyra is another group of turtles that's slightly larger than that. Testudines are turtles. And then above that you have Reptilia. That's the class. Phylum is Chordata, the vertebrates and their close relatives. And then kingdom, Animalia, the animal kingdom. Does that make sense? So yeah. So the rank of mammals are probably a bigger group than dinosaurs are. You could compare mammals and reptiles. Dinosaurs are a kind of reptile, and you might say that, I don't know, placental mammals are a kind of mammal. Might be roughly equivalent to Dinosauria? I don't know. It's difficult to, like, draw comparisons between different taxonomic ranks like this, because everything above the species level is kind of wishy-washy. Even species themselves are kind of wishy-washy. The further you go up in this diagram, the more arbitrary it gets. Like, when you're trying to compare one phylum to another phylum, these are our rankings that we give these things in order to, like, make sense of them in our very human way. But it's not like you can compare mammals to reptiles and say, okay, this is the same rank and this is an ironclad thing in nature. It's not. These ranks are, you know, one class of animals might have a handful of species in it, and another class might have 1 million species. It's not like class is a thing where, you know, you're not comparing apples to apples necessarily when you're comparing different classes of animals. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. So clades and these rankings are two different things. Yes, Plane Shifter, and yeah. Yes, absolutely. So a clade is a group of organisms that all come from a common ancestor. So, here we go. In this case, each one of these little splits right here would be a different clade. So, vertebrates are all a clade. All of these are vertebrates, and you get more specific. Bony vertebrates are from this little V shape up. And then tetrapods are this little V shape up. Amniotes are this little V shape up. This here would be mammals, this clade. This one right here would be archosaurs, this clade, and then you get reptiles before that. So a clade and, like, each of those taxonomic ranks are different. Clades are any group of organisms that all share a common ancestor. They split from one ancestor and they diversify out. So a clade is a group of organisms that come from a common ancestor. The ancestor plus all of its descendants, that's a clade there. A clade can be a single species. A clade can be a genus. A clade can be a subfamily or family or superfamily or suborder or order or class or superclass or whatever. Each one of those is a clade. And these clades can be of varying sizes with different numbers of species and stuff like that. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyhow. All different clades of different sizes. Exactly, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Let's get back to this, shall we?
Dinosaurs than we think we do.
That's why in this exhibit we gave them such fancy colors. We wanted them to look like a tropical bird.
Understanding the origin of birds will not only affect our knowledge of dinosaurs, it may help us to resolve another mystery. How did birds learn to fly?
Here's a bird. Wait, what?
Animals living in the trees take advantage of gravity to get from place to place. It's not hard to imagine a...
Well, this reminds me, I was thinking... Maybe one of these days I'll do it, but I was going to make a video edit for iOS's channel. Using that... yeah, Tom Petty song. There we go. Yeah. free-falling song. I was going to take footage of these gliding frogs
from place to place
and set it to that song. I thought it was going to be funny. One of these days, maybe I'll do that. But it's going to take some time. Yeah. By the way, those guys are really cool. Gliding frogs? Holy moly. Sometimes called flying frogs. Yeah. Check this out.
You probably know of flying squirrels or flying fish, but have you ever seen a frog gliding through the air? The Wallace's flying frog, also known as parachute frog, wasn't content to just hop and swim. No, it was born to fly. And today, we're going to take a closer look at this overachieving amphibian. But before we move on, feel free to comment other animals you would like us to make a video about, and don't mate and lay eggs. Up in the canopies, they are attractive targets for snakes and birds. When threatened or in search of prey, they will leap from a branch and splay their four webbed feet. These increase the frog's total surface area, which allows them to easily glide through the air. So they don't actually fly, but rather glide from tree to tree.
And even gliding seems a bit too ambitious. I'd say they're like, maybe not even parachuting. They are kind of falling with style, you know? Yeah.
A bit disappointing, since the name suggests they can fly, but they are capable of traveling up to 50 feet through the air. That's the same as a 5-story building. Wallace's fly.
I've never seen a 5-story building fly 50 feet through the air. That sounds misleading. It's Buzz Lightyear among frogs. There you go, Luke Herman's Gaming. Yes, indeed. Anyway, they're really cool. Really cool. That's the difference between gliding and flying. It's generally when biologists talk about flying, when we talk about flight, we talk about powered flight. So being able to move up. Gliding, you're, taking off from height, and then you're extending your fall so that you can travel horizontally a great distance. It's like that old Bill Hicks joke about, somebody taking illicit substances and jumping off a building. He's like, no. If you think you can fly, take off from the ground, Anybody know what I'm talking about? Anyway, let's get back to our birds. A great set, says Murph. Murph knows what's up. Yeah.
Many animals living in the trees take advantage of gravity to get from place to place. It's not hard to imagine a proto-bird evolving flight in small steps, from leaping to gliding, and finally to powered flight.
So powered flight. There we go. So this is there's an idea, well, kind of two competing ideas for the origin of flight in birds. Things have gotten a bit more complicated in recent years, but the basic split, the two competing camps, the two warring factions of paleontologists who study the origin of flight in birds are ground up and trees down. So the ground up people think that that flight evolved among dinosaurs that were running along the ground. They developed feathers and wings. They could kind of leap as they're running, and eventually that's how flight evolved, from the ground up. And then other paleontologists think that there were a lot of dinosaurs that would have been climbing trees and then jumping and gliding. That's the trees down hypothesis. They might both be right or wrong. But we'll get into that later.
Feathers might have begun as a fringe of elongated scales creating drag, helping the arboreal leaper to slow down and maneuver.
And so this was, this documentary was produced in the early 1990s, came out in 91. This is before the discovery of dinosaurs like Microraptor, which actually did have feathers extending off their arms and their legs, and they may have been gliders. Could they actually stick their legs out to the sides, though, in order to do that? Could they do the splits effectively like this? Or could they not? I kind of doubt that they could, because usually dinosaur hips don't articulate like that with the femurs. Like, the femoral head comes out at an angle like this. And so, if you want to stick your legs way out to the sides and do the splits, you would actually dislocate your legs. Like, your femurs would pop out of their sockets. You don't want that. But yeah. So maybe these guys actually, maybe the legs go straight down, and these are kind of like a steering implement, sort of like the tail fin on an airplane for, you know, steering laterally. We don't really know. This is still something that's hotly debated.
Advantage enhanced through evolution.
And Jim says maybe 45 degrees max? I don't know, Jim. Yeah, that's the thing about these. So Jim knows more about this than I do, obviously. That's Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland there in the chat, everybody. Yeah, unfortunately, the fossils of Microraptor tend to be pretty flat. It's not like we've got 3D bones that we can play around with. Everything is kind of flattened onto these slabs like this. This one does kind of imply that those legs are sticking out to the side, so maybe they could do that, but I don't really know what's the angle of that femoral head as it fits into the acetabulum. Were they capable of doing the splits? Or maybe it was more of a 45-degree angle thing, like Jim was saying. I don't have a horse in that fight, you know? I don't know enough about this. I don't have a strong opinion. Yeah. But I can show you some depictions of these critters. Let's see here. There was a really, really cool animation years back. I'm trying to find it. It almost makes the animal look sort of lizardy in its motions and stuff. 2006. This might be... Yeah, Microraptor. Nice. There we go.
Grasp a hold of trunks, so they're not just using their feet, they're not continually having to flap to keep themselves there. Anybody who's chased...
There we go.
Reptiles called pterosaurs ever learned how to fly. But neither bats nor pterosaurs were feathered, so there's little about them that explains the origins of avian flight. There are two basic ideas that we scientists debate, or more accurately, argue about.
Here we go.
One is called the ground-up hypothesis.
I was just
the
talking
other
about this.
is called the trees-down hypothesis. The trees-down idea is pretty obvious.
Here we go.
The first flyers are seen as climbers who jumped from high places. Using their outstretched wings adorned with proto-feathers, they learned to parachute, then glide, in order to slow their descent. Eventually, as their feathers evolved, adaptations for better climbing and gliding were co-opted for more refined arm and tail movements to achieve powered flight. The ground-up idea proposes that flight developed when small, agile theropods ran, hopped, and eventually leapt off the ground. The flapping of their feathered arms may have originated as an extension to the thrusting forearm motion they used to reach out and grab their prey. This stereotyped motion, reaching out, down and forward, and up and back, essentially, that's the flight stroke.
The features that enable a bird to flap its arms in that fashion have an obvious adaptation other than flight. A lot of the dinosaurs that have been found, for example, at Liaoning, that are hypothesized to have been arboreal, have the ability to get their arms way out to the sides, and they have very large claws on their hands. They're using that possibly to grasp a hold of trunks, so they're not just using their feet, and they're not continually having to flap to keep themselves there. Anybody who's chased a lizard up a tree has seen them do something relatively similar along those lines. And just because we don't see anything doing that today doesn't mean that things in the past weren't doing that exact same thing. So I don't know that it's necessarily as clear-cut as ground up or trees down anymore.
Huh. And then, of course, nowadays we've got wing-assisted incline running and raptor prey restraint. Those are two other hypotheses that almost kind of split the difference. Maybe they are more ground up rather than trees down. Or ground up into trees. Anywho, let's continue here. Jim, if you're still watching, we started this documentary last Thursday, and we're continuing it now. This is from 1991, PBS Nova, The Case of the Flying Dinosaur. And I'm trying to use this as a way not just to talk about the evolution of birds from dinosaurs and the evidence for that, but using it to talk about how we evaluate ideas in science and how scientific ideas change over time as new evidence comes to light. Because this was before feathered dinosaurs were really discovered in the mid-1990s. This is prior to that, back when the idea that birds evolved from dinosaurs was still controversial. So this is a nice little time capsule that we're examining here to talk about how scientific ideas spread and how we test them and how different scientists change their views over time and that kind of thing.
By even longer scales changing to feathers. This trees down scenario for the origin of flight is especially appealing to those who see the bird ancestor as a small tree-dwelling reptile, but not often to those who see the ancestor as a dinosaur.
When you look at where birds came from, the small carnivorous dinosaurs were obviously animals that were good runners. They were predators. They ran along the ground. They flexed their hands. They, could use their arms in a variety of ways. You start thinking about possibilities for evolving flight from the ground up. And I think that's really been the sort of the tension. One group is impressed by what living birds do. Another group is more impressed by where birds came from.
The human broad jumper instinctively uses outstretched arms to maintain balance and stability in the air. The ground-up theory for the origin of flight applies this idea to a small, warm-blooded dinosaur already clothed with feathers for insulation. For increased stability in running leaps, it evolves longer feathers on the forelimbs and eventually adapts these feathered limbs as wings. But many find this difficult to imagine.
It's a little hard for me to see what real advantage you get in either flying or gliding when you're running, because either activity will result at least in initial loss of airspeed. So if you're being pursued, you're more likely to be caught. If you're pursuing something, you're more likely not to run it down.
Critics of the running or cursorial origin of flight also
love this little animation. This is great.
Say that flight from the ground up would be energetically expensive, and it would be nearly impossible to get up enough speed to develop lift.
That would be true if we demanded that animals evolve all-out, sustained flight all at once. If you have animals that run along doing leaps and bursts of flapping, and then getting back down to the ground, running along some more, jumping up, leaping and flapping and doing that, that eliminates that difficulty, because then you get a question of evolutionary improvement through time.
One point that everyone agrees on is that Archaeopteryx did fly. The evidence is in the feathers. The sign of a flight feather is the asymmetry of the veins on either side of the central shaft. This arrangement gives the feather its airfoil contour, which produces lift.
That asymmetry is what makes it a flight feather.
And when birds become flightless, like the kiwi, their feathers lose this structure, becoming wispy and hair-like.
Like we see in critters like Sinosauropteryx.
This fossil of a single Archaeopteryx feather, identical to a modern flight feather, shows almost beyond doubt that Archaeopteryx was a flyer.
So I think this is actually the holotype for Archaeopteryx. Like, when Archaeopteryx was first described, it was based on this single feather. And later on, you had, like, the London specimen of Archaeopteryx discovered. But, like, if we're talking about Archaeopteryx, this is the holotype, as I understand it.
But the skeleton of Archaeopteryx apparently lacked some critical pieces of flight apparatus found in modern birds like the pigeon.
They have a very large breastbone, or sternum, at the point
heel
at
on
which
it
the
there.
muscles of the flight apparatus attach, the power muscles. And also there's a special bone here called the coracoid, which serves as a brace, if you want, to prevent the shoulder region and breast region from being collapsed by the contraction of the flight muscles. Those are two very distinctive features that we see in flying birds today that are missing in Archaeopteryx. The coracoid bone is not shaped like that at all, and there is no breastbone at all.
Right, when he says breastbone, he's talking about the sternum, right?
And that causes one to wonder just how well Archaeopteryx could fly.
The modern feature...
And hang on a sec. Sketchy Track says, but how did they evolve to have hollow bones for ground up? The tree down already were lighter to glide. So, either way, theropod dinosaurs had hollow bones to start with. Hollow bones didn't evolve for flight. Long before birds evolved from dinosaurs, dinosaurs already had hollow bones. When we're talking about theropods, you had like early theropods like Coelophysis. These guys from way back in the Triassic period, they had hollow bones, despite not being tree dwelling or probably not being on like the direct line to birds. And N Simplex Pachinko, hey, thank you for the raid.
Has a new sound for their phone listeners.
Well, holy moly, listen to that hot new sound. I hope you had an excellent stream. You're doing something called math. Very cool, N Simplex Pachinko. Thanks for raiding in. I hope you had a good time. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Jim says they did get more hollow. Yeah, so that's the thing is that when you have theropod dinosaurs like this, they start off with hollow bones. But they're not as hollow as the bones of modern birds. So as birds are evolving from dinosaurs, those bones are certainly becoming more hollow. But the starting point was already there. Yeah. And Jim says Coelophysis is not very pneumatic. Is that true, Jim? Huh. You would know better than I would. But yeah, I thought Coelophysis was pretty... I thought it had pretty hollow bones already, but maybe it didn't. Math, education, and philosophy, says in a Simplex Pachinko. Building thinking classrooms. Oh, very cool. Nice. Well, I hope you enjoy your vacation. Yeah. And Kennedy says, I never thought the word pneumatic would be used in dinosaur science. No, that's a huge thing, Kennedy, yeah. We do a quick Google Scholar search for dinosaur pneumaticity. You get hundreds of papers. Yeah. Sauropod dinosaur pneumaticity. Vertebral pneumaticity of sauropod dinosaurs. Sauropods. The absence of invasive air sac system in earliest dinosaurs suggests multiple origins of vertebral pneumaticity. Yeah. Why is vertebral pneumaticity in sauropod dinosaurs so variable? So far, this is all about sauropods, isn't it? There we go. There's a theropod. Vertebral pneumaticity in North American Therizinosaur Nothronicus. It's from 2021 by David K. Smith. Yeah, that's a big topic. It's pneumaticity in dinosaur bones. Yeah. Really neat stuff. Yeah, let's continue.
Features that Archaeopteryx lacked are associated with the kind of powerful flapping necessary for taking off from the ground.
Hey, Feral Terminator, welcome, welcome.
If Archaeopteryx did indeed fly, yet lacked the flight apparatus for ground-up takeoff, why not assume that it launched itself from the treetops, even if it was a dinosaur?
Climbing trees does not seem to have been one of the things they did very well. That doesn't mean you can say definitively that they couldn't get into trees. After all, goats can get into trees, kangaroos can get into trees, so and lots of other animals that you wouldn't think can do that. Do it.
Turtles get into trees. What is it? Musk turtles, I think? Yeah. They are shockingly good at tree climbing. It's one of their favorite places to hang out. Is in trees. Yeah. Turtles are incredible animals, and Then did. I've been doing a lot of reading about turtles recently. And, yeah. Striped mud turtle. Yeah, they love hanging out in trees. There's one climbing a tree in Florida. And there you go, Jim. Yeah, this is from 1991, this documentary. And Jim says, I need to look at Brooks Britt's thesis on dinosaur pneumaticity. I should, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah, I've really been enjoying this book lately. Let me grab the... Oh, and hello, Sweetie Pie. Hang on just a minute. I need to redo my my command for, like, current books or currently reading or whatever. But this has been a nice... What do you think, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. I got this at the bookshop in Moab. And been reading that recently. Of Time and Turtles by Cy Montgomery. Really enjoy it. It's some nice kind of Chelonian background as I'm trying to get into leatherback turtle conservation. Having a broad understanding of turtles in general, I think, is important. So I'd recommend it. Yeah. Anyhow, I used to fish at a small lake that had a lot of snapping turtles, says Kennedy. They're so cool. Had to move one off the road once at night. Good on you for doing that, Kennedy. So this book is all about, well, taking care of turtles. Turtles that get hit by cars. Turtles that are attacked by dogs and cats. Turtles that are shot with arrows. So, rescuing turtles that have had unfortunate things happen to them. I just got to the part in the book talking about Robin Hood, who was a snapping turtle who was shot with an arrow. And I think he was released the very next day after being taken into the turtle rehab facility. Turtles are remarkably resilient animals. They're pretty darn cool. That's why they've survived several mass extinction events over Earth history. It's only recently that they've been in real trouble because of people. But turtles have survived asteroid impacts, major seaway regressions, climate change, just diseases, environmental catastrophes, volcanic eruptions. It's crazy that they've been able to kind of tank their way through, to use a video game term, I guess, everything that nature's been able to throw at them. But humans were altogether a different sort of disaster. Anyway, I'd recommend it. I'm really enjoying the book so far. And man. Sweetie Pie, you are incorrigible. My goodness. Just love blocking that camera, huh? Huh. Huh. Yeah. We still love you. Yeah. Yeah. Straight impact, straight to the shell. It didn't even phase them, says Isolated. Well, not quite, but... Go back to this figure that I show sometimes. This hasn't been published yet, but hopefully will be soon. So this shows extinction rates for different groups of vertebrates at the KPG, at the end of the Cretaceous period, when the asteroid hit. 100% of the non-bird dinosaurs died out. 90% of the mammal species, 94% of bird species, turtles, less than a quarter. Less than a quarter of turtle species died out at the end of the world then, the end of the Cretaceous period. Pretty cool. Yeah. Oh, and Claire, my goodness, thank you for updating that. That's really good. Yeah. Took a line from the blurb for the book. That's excellent, Claire. Thank you. Yeah. That's beautiful. Anyway, so turtles, like crocs and champsosaurs, they did really well during that. You know? They managed to survive when all of the dinosaurs went extinct, except for a handful of bird species. So anywho, good stuff. Turtles are really cool. How did we get on that? Oh yeah. Turtles climbing trees. Lots of different animals climb trees that you wouldn't expect. And that's the point that Kevin Padian was making right here.
This does not seem to have been one of the things they did very well. That doesn't mean you can say definitively that they couldn't get into trees. After all, goats can get into trees, kangaroos can get into trees, so and lots of other animals that you wouldn't think can do that, do it necessarily for a living. But I think that when you start looking at the anatomy of Archaeopteryx and some of the early birds, and you look at the animals to which they're most related, you find that there really isn't a single arboreal character in these skeletons. In my case, as far as I can tell from the fossil evidence, there's no evidence that birds really spent much time in trees at all before the tertiary sometime. I mean, we're talking about after the age of dinosaurs.
Larry Martin agrees that dinosaurs were built for running, not climbing. But he thinks Archaeopteryx was just the opposite. A conclusion he reached while building a three-dimensional model of Archaeopteryx out of precisely cast bones that he made from one of the fossil slabs. The most...
And hang on a sec. Luke Herman's Gaming says they say 99% of all animals that ever lived are extinct. But I wonder how many species never left any fossil because of reasons. Yeah, a lot. So there's the fossil history of, say, slugs. It's very poor. Slugs don't have a lot of hard parts. They might have like a rasping radula, like a mouth part that they use for scraping. And I think that might be like the only hard part in their body. And so their fossil record is notoriously poor. Same thing for like nematodes or other soft-bodied invertebrates like that. It's, yeah. The fossil record is definitely biased toward creatures that have hard parts. Because hard parts like teeth and bones and shells, you know, you're already most of the way toward fossilization. So if you've ever wanted a step-by-step guide on how to become a fossil, oh boy, do I have a video for you.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms.
So this is like the soft parts have a tendency to get eaten first because they're less resilient and they're generally tastier, easier to eat.
Step 2, get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers.
Yep.
Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you.
Like we talked about last week.
Step 3, Soak in groundwater for a long, long time.
So those hard parts can become
Groundwater
fossilized.
contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton. Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil. Step 4, wait to be exposed.
Step 3,
As the
profit.
years go by,
Says Helmeta. Isolated says, do sharks fossilize well since they are mostly cartilage? Does that fossilize the same as bone? It doesn't fossilize as well as bone does. So the fossil record of sharks tends to be biased much more toward their teeth and to a certain extent toward their jaws. But Cretoxyrhina fossil. Occasionally you do get like the cartilage that also gets preserved. Sometimes the vertebrae do. Yeah, there's a gorgeous Cretoxyrhina fossil that's almost the entire vertebral column and the jaws. But yeah, cartilage is more difficult to fossilize than bone is, or teeth. So the fossil record for sharks is mostly like teeth and bones, or teeth and
if you're
jaws.
lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
There you go. Yeah. So yeah, having hard parts does make it much more likely that you'll actually get fossilized. But sometimes even soft-bodied organisms get fossilized too, under like really specific conditions in like a Lagerstätte kind of setting. Soft-bodied organism. So things like worms and stuff like that can get preserved under certain circumstances. Even things like belemnites, like that. You can get the whole soft-bodied part of this cephalopod that's also preserved under specific conditions. It's rare, but it does happen. If the conditions are just right, you can get that kind of incredible fossilization. Yeah. Oh, and thank you, Claire, for reposting that from Jim. Emailed me Brooks' dissertation. Very cool. Thank you, Jim. Excellent. Jim also sent me an unpublished monograph on Mimorapelta, which is an ankylosaur from the Jurassic of North America. Yeah, earlier this weekend, I posted this to Blue Sky. Jim recommended that I get this book before going out to Utah, before returning to Utah in September to dig with Josh Lively. We're digging up some Gastonia there. Jim is like, you should probably get this book. And so I did. I was posting about that. Should be really useful. And there's Jim in the book right there. And after this, Jim emailed me his manuscript on Mimorapelta, and I'll be excited to look at that. It's gonna be good stuff. Anywho. And Luke Herman says, very, very rare skin they found of the ankylosaur. Yeah, Luke Herman's gaming. You're talking about Borealopelta, right? Here. Yeah, pretty wild. Check this out. Godzilla, that's funny. Yeah, pretty extraordinary. So the preservation is so excellent on this critter that there are preserved color cells, melanosomes, in the skin that can tell us what colors the animal was when it was alive. Pretty incredible. And with keratin preserved of the ostrich, exactly, Jim, yeah. Yeah. It was really, really cool seeing Michael Habib's talk on this critter back in at SVP this year. Really, really neat. His talk describing how the keratin is a material kind of like our fingernails or hair. It's made of the same kind of substance. Like a rhinoceros's horn. A rhino horn is made of keratin. These guys had keratin that was interwoven with bone in the osteoderms, in the armor plates, to form an incredible kind of protective armor that was both resistant to brittleness and shattering, but also extremely hard at the same time. A lot of things are very hard, but they're brittle. And some things are very strong, but not very hard. But having this interwoven mixture of keratin and bone together kind of gives you the best of both worlds. And in this talk, Michael Habib talked about how, this is an animal that could take the amount of force equivalent to like a Ford F-150 going at 70 miles per hour. This is an animal that could take that kind of an impact in its armor and just be able to shrug it off, which is incredible. I hope he publishes on that soon, because it was really cool stuff. In fact, I think that might have been in was it in the latest, was it in that Scientific American? I think it was. Let me look here. Yeah, there we go. Here, sweetie pie, I really kind of need you off the desk right now. Or at least, I need this space. Sorry. There we go. This is from last September. Almost a year ago. But yeah, in this cover story, what was it like to be a dinosaur? Was this the one that had the... Shoot, maybe it wasn't. Where was that? Is it in a National Geographic or something? Maybe it's a different Scientific American article? I forget, but Michael Habib talks about the osteoderms and the keratin bone mixture and all of that. Really cool stuff. Yeah. And there you go, Kennedy. Yeah, ceramics are generally hard but brittle. Drop a leather swivel knife with a ceramic blade and you'll have to buy another blade. Yeah, yeah. So, ankylosaurs were able to evolve a structure that was... It was hard but strong. Kind of combining the best of both worlds with keratin and bone. Combining them to kind of cover up for the weaknesses of both and just... Yeah, have the best of both worlds. Really neat stuff. Yeah. Anywho, let's get back to our documentary here. And I've got cat hair all over my face now. I'm going to go wash up real quick. I'll be right back.
Larry Martin agrees that dinosaurs were built for running, not climbing. But he thinks Archaeopteryx was just the opposite. A conclusion he reached while building a three-dimensional model of Archaeopteryx out of precisely cast bones that he made from one of the fossil slabs. The most striking feature of the 3D model is its posture.
Well, when I started putting the bones together, I found out that I really didn't have a lot of options in the way that I articulated them. And I wound up with a posture that has the back almost vertical. Now, this was quite a surprise for me. I published other restorations of Archaeopteryx, and what I'd always done before, and what everybody else had really done, is that I'd kept the backbone horizontal, much the way that it is in a modern bird, or for that matter in a dinosaur. And this is something that doesn't look like a dinosaur at all. In fact, it looks an awful lot more like a primate. Now, I don't think there's any doubt but what dinosaurs were highly adapted for running fast on the ground. But this animal wouldn't be a very fast runner at all. What it would be adapted for would be climbing trees, because this upright...
This is a model. This is not a real fossil. Like, I kind of don't understand what the argument is here. He's saying, hey, I built this model, and the model shows that... I don't know, I built the model in such a way that it doesn't look like a dinosaur. Like, cool, okay. You know?
Posture lets the Archaeopteryx get a center of gravity closer to the tree trunk. And that's probably the reason why primates have upright postures, too.
Martin's model is the first ever made.
Jim makes a really good point. From flattened bones, exactly. We don't have any 3D Archaeopteryx bones. All of them are squashed flat in these Lagerstätte deposits like that. They come from flat fossils. So there's a lot of speculation going into this, you know? Charlie's Dragon says his argument is that it was the best way to articulate the bones, but you can't tell that from fossils that are flat. That's the thing, is that we don't know their three-dimensional shape in the way that I think... If Larry Martin's argument is, well, this is how the bones articulate based on their 3D shapes, well, we don't really have a great understanding of the particulars of their 3D shapes because they're not preserved in 3D, you know? Yeah, I don't know.
Of Archaeopteryx from actual bone casts.
And hang a sec. Got a question from Luke Hermans. Do you believe that T-Rex had a basic reptilian kind of brain? So we don't have to speculate about that. Tyrannosaurus. Endocast. Sketchfab. Here we go. So this is a cast of a T-Rex brain from the famous MOR specimen. MOR... No, hang on. No, not MOR. AMNH 5117. So it's not even the famous AMNH specimen. Anyway, this is a Tyrannosaurus brain right here. Inside of the skull of these animals, we've got a cavity for the brain. You could figure out the shape of the brain based on the shape of that cavity. What we call an endocast. Endo meaning inside. Cast meaning cast, like molded and cast. And so in some ways this does resemble the brain of something like an alligator. It doesn't look particularly bird-like in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, you can infer things like the different senses that the animal had. So the olfactory centers are huge. These olfactory bulbs are just enormous right here. Yeah, and things like the ophthalmic nerves are pretty big too. Suggest that this animal had a pretty excellent sense of sight as well. So yeah, superficially more similar to like a crocodile brain, I guess, than to a bird brain. But the devil's in the details, and I don't know enough about neuroanatomy to really be able to say anything too, I don't know, too forceful about this. So yeah. Yeah, I hope that kind of answers your question. Here's a link to this, by the way, if you want to take a look. Jim says, serious neural packing. You mean like it's a fairly efficient brain? Is that what you're saying, Jim? Like there's a lot of neurons packed into this? Because that's what I've heard, too. Yeah. Pretty cool. I need to 3D print this again. I used to have one, and I printed it with really cheapo filament, and it fell apart. But I want to 3D print it once again. I started watching the new Walking with Dinosaurs last night. I was watching it with Ios and Lordy, and we got through the Spinosaurus episode. But the first episode, the field crew had a 3D printer with them in the field. I think they only had it there for the cameras, and then they fire it up, and it shows it starting to do a print, and then they have a 3D print that they bring out, clearly from a different kind of 3D printer. I'm pretty sure it was from like a resin printer, rather than the like PLA printer that they had in the field. But they had a 3D print of this same exact file, as far as I know. And they'd even printed it like with different kinds of what looked like resin filament. So like the main mass of the brain was a different color than these different nerves and the semicircular canal and everything else. It was cool. Jim, I'm excited to see the Cedar Mountain Formation episode with Utah Raptor and Gastonia. Is that the next one? Walking with Dinosaurs 2025 episode list. Okay, oh goodness. More AI garbage. Where this is mixing up the 2025 series and the 1999 series. Season 1, episode 4, The Pack. That's not the one I'm looking for. Journey North. Band of Brothers. This must be the one that's got Jim and everybody else in it. Yeah. You will get an earful at Lori's side. Oh yeah, Jim. I'm looking forward to it, actually. Yeah. I'm looking forward to hearing what Josh had to say about this whole ordeal. But yeah. Oh, and Utah Raptor's descendant, Clareber, yeah. Utah Raptor is potentially the ancestor of the Dromaeosaur they show in this episode, as I understand it. But yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. We'll talk about that another time. But let's get back to this right here. Larry Martin with his Archaeopteryx model.
Archaeopteryx get a center of gravity closer to the tree trunk. And that's probably the reason why primates have upright postures too.
I'm sorry, how many primates have upright postures? I don't think there's that many. Not by species count, anyway.
Model is the first ever made of Archaeopteryx from actual bone casts. He hopes it will shed new light on some old questions about the origin
look like
of
actual
birds
bone
and
casts.
flight.
Oh, I think that the long-term effect...
This looks all kinds of wrong. I don't know.
The model is going to be that people are going to simply have to abandon the cursorial origin of avian flight. And if they do that, then they're going to have to explain how you can originate birds from dinosaurs, which apparently can't get up in trees.
Of course, Martin's model won't prove anything.
It looks so goofy. Look at that. Oh, boy. You know what that reminds me of? Oh, boy. Why? Why, you know? Yeah. Anyway. Luke Herman's Gaming says, isn't the real Utah Raptor the most accurate to Jurassic Park's Velociraptor in size? It's actually bigger than the Velociraptor in Jurassic Park. We'll talk about this extensively on the 28th for Deinonychus Day. But the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park is actually Deinonychus. So, there we go. The real Velociraptor is the one right here. Deinonychus is right there, and then the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park is up there. That one is bigger than a real-life Deinonychus, but smaller than Utahraptor. Utahraptor's like full-grown. It's probably 20 feet long, maybe longer. So like approaching 7 meters. Yeah. The reason why the again, really, really briefly here. The reason why the Velociraptors, aka Deinonychus, are too big in Jurassic Park is because they had to be able to fit a person into the suit for several of the key scenes. So this is from Stan Winston Studios. So in the movie, or excuse me, in the book, and apparently in the original script for the film, the Velociraptors were supposed to be regular Deinonychus sized, but that just wasn't feasible for the film because they had to fit a person in there, so they had to size it up. Utahraptor was only published basically after the film Jurassic Park was finished. Utahraptor was published, I think, in June of 1993, and the film came out in April or something. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's right. So, Utahraptor. There we go. So the date on this is... might be at the end of the publication here. June 18th, 1993. Whereas Jurassic Park was released June 9th, 1993. So Utahraptor was actually published after the film Jurassic Park premiered. Anyway, Jim could tell you all about this. He's got some cool stories about it. But we'll save that for another time, I think. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Petrodactylus makes such a good point. Petrodactylus says, it blows my mind that the later Jurassic World films haven't utilized Utahraptor as a new big fearsome dinosaur for characters to deal with. No, they made up silly made-up monsters instead. It's so frustrating, you know? We haven't had a film, to my knowledge, that's really shown Utahraptor and all its glory and fearsomeness. It's such a missed opportunity, you know? Like, what are those Hollywood execs thinking? Like, how incompetent are they? That they're... I don't know. Give us Utahraptor, you know? Anyhow. But yeah. But Jim says they decided to make it big in 1991. Yeah, that's what I was showing with the footage there from Stan Winston Studios. I think this footage might be from 1990, actually. They're doing what they call a garbage bag test. There.
Mark Crash McCree, he was in another Raptor. And what you're looking at right now is what the girls are doing is they're cutting up out of foam and L200 a mock-up or a really elaborate garbage bag test of Raptor. And I call it a garbage bag test because that dates back to when we did Aliens for Jim Cameron. we actually constructed a queen alien full size out of garbage bags and foam core, similar to this.
Yeah, fair.
But to prove that proof of concept, and what we're doing right here is the same thing. It's just a little bit more elaborate version. And if you frame out this figure from about the knees down, you can kind of see how it was going to be used. And in the film, there's several scenes.
Anywho, I'll give you a link to this if you'd like to watch the whole thing. Really cool video from Stan Winston Studios. Kennedy says, Danny, don't you wish you could meet the paleontologist who described the Utah raptor? Oh yeah, I'm sure he or she is a really cool person. No, that's Jim, obviously. Yeah, we've been lucky enough to have Jim on the stream, I don't know how many times. And if you want the full skinny on Utah Raptor, we did a tour of the Utah Raptor Mega Block.
It's really, which means this is coming out of whatever gives rise to them. You know, it's not giving rise to birds directly, but it's, you know, its branch of the bush is coming out much closer to what gives rise
Jim
to
there.
birds than velociraptorines are.
And this is a huge block, just chock full of Utah Raptor and possibly other dromaeosaur material.
Specialized.
And iguanodontian dinosaur material in here too.
Claw right there.
Beautiful. So yeah, this is the famous killing claw of Velociraptor.
I never seen one.
Yeah.
And you can see here's some little strings of vertebrae. See that going across.
And Jim says Jurassic Park was published November 20th, 1990. Yes. And work on the film actually started before the book was published, Jim. So, I wonder if I can find that real quick. But, Steven Spielberg knew that Michael Crichton was working on this book, Jurassic Park. And he basically had the rights to make a film before the book was even done, and they started production on it before the book was finished, apparently. Let's see.
I made a fool of myself. I fell all over myself to make this movie in front of Michael. You know, doing everything but getting down on my knees and begging him, because I love the idea of, you know, DNA and dinosaurs in many combinations. I look at King Kong and I say, well, that is the state of the art. 1933 was the state of the art. In between 1933 and today, there have not been any real advancements in special effects photography where you have to create a creature that doesn't really exist anymore. You really want to make it look convincing. You have.
And so, does he talk about the book? Anyway, but yeah, so Spielberg was actually working on the film before the book was even published. And the marketing for the book and the film are kind of intertwined in interesting ways, and they both influenced each other too. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. And there you go, Kennedy. Yeah, I also like the film Jurassic Park a lot more than I like the book. I know for a lot of people that sounds like sacrilege, but Michael Crichton had some kind of bizarre anti-science views, and that really kind of comes forth in a lot of his writing. Yeah, I was never a huge Crichton fan, to be honest. Did I read The Lost World? I read that before I read Jurassic Park, actually. Technical, just Emma, yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Let's get back to our big, oh, and that's not true, Mikey Legs? Oh boy. Crichton thought AIDS was caused by anti-AIDS medicine?
I didn't know what dinosaurs all about until these boys come.
And Feist, holy cow, 51 months of support right there. Thank you, Feist. 51 months that's a long time, and I really appreciate you keeping me here online for that long. Splendid. I hope you're doing well, Feist. It's good to see you. All right, let's get back to our ape hangers Archaeopteryx here.
Until others have had a chance to
And there
confirm
go Petrodoculus,
or
yeah.
deny its accuracy. The way it looks may depend a great deal on who puts it together. But Martin
and Genko, heard of Path of Time? I have heard of that. I don't really do a lot of video games. But yeah. I don't know if I'll ever play that on stream. It's probably been like a year since I played a game on stream, maybe longer. But yeah. Anyway, welcome Genko. It's good to have you here. We've played some Saurian in the past, but it's been a while. And Archaeopteryx, there you go, Petrodoculus, yeah.
Confident that his experiment will produce the same result, no matter who performs it.
Well, personally, I think they're going to be stuck with the model pretty much the way it is. Eventually...
No. What's going on with the elbows? Ah!
I'll be happy to supply copies to anyone who wants to try to fit it any other way.
Hi, everyone. All right. Who's first? All right. Come on, guys.
Finding experimental approaches to problems in paleontology is not an easy thing to do. Nonetheless, a team of experimental biologists from Northern Arizona University, Harvard, and the University of Montana is trying to do just that.
There you go. There you go. Okay.
All right, Ken, here we go.
They've trained starlings to fly in a wind tunnel.
Very cool.
They hope that by learning precisely how birds fly, they'll be able to gain some insight into how flight evolved in the first place.
Okay, birds down. All right. I personally have been dissatisfied with the various theories that are available to us. I'm one who requires to measure something and watch it move.
Hang on, this guy looks familiar. Is that Ken Dial?
Doesn't mean
Oh, shoot, it is. Oh, this is great.
Get any better information than these excellent paleontologists that help interpret the fossil record for us. But I think by obtaining empirical data that we can really hang some numbers on and watch how these things act in nature, in other words, with living birds.
So, Ken Dial here, you might recognize him from...
flight-capable bird.
From this documentary, this made it onto YouTube 9 years ago, so that would have been what, 2006? 2016? Yeah, man, we all get older.
That we've looked at in the 15 years since. Dozens and dozens of birds.
I have also observed the same behavior in the wild.
Anyway, we'll get into this another time. But
Numbers
that's
on
so
and
funny. I didn't
watch
realize
how
he was
these
in
things
this.
act in nature, in other words, with living birds. Perhaps we can.
And Jim says micro CT scanning might permit a new approach. I remember them doing this when I worked with Harvard's Ferris Jenkins. Very cool, Jim. Amazing.
Get closer to the truth. All right, here we go. You ready to record? We're at 30. Ready.
To learn
Feist
what's
says
going on.
bird wing flapping in slow motion is cool to watch, and it can be really scientifically informative too, potentially.
Inside the flying bird, they insert a fine wire, the thickness of a human hair, into a particular muscle, and then record its pattern of electrical activity while recording the flight on slow motion film.
Here we go.
Combined, the data reveal exactly what the shoulder and breast muscles are doing during different phases of the flight stroke.
Huh.
They've also taken X-ray film to study the function of the skeleton during flight. This detailed knowledge of a bird's biomechanics will then be compared with the same kind of information.
Oh,
these are just a few of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
I was 21 when I started watching.
Still am.
Still 21.
There you go, Kennedy. Yeah, forever 21, you might even say. I really appreciate the 38 months of support there, Kennedy. And the gift card you sent me. I really appreciate that. Holy moly. Thanks for keeping me here online and keeping the science outreach flowing. Appreciate that, Kennedy.
About its closest living relative.
And we'll just let him get forward.
Oh, and holy cow, Jenko, you live in Lorinha? Very, very cool. Home to such dinosaurs as Lorinhasaurus. I'd love to go there someday. Yeah, that's the Iberian Peninsula, Portugal, and Spain. I think will continue to be sort of a new frontier in dinosaur paleontology for the foreseeable future. There's so many cool fossils from there. And they're going to become increasingly important as we try to understand what's going on at the Jurassic Cretaceous boundary, because some of that time is actually preserved there in ways that it isn't in North America. Jim could tell you all about that. And we might even get a chance to talk about that if Jim is out there in the field at the same time as me in late September. But super cool. You're very lucky, Jenko. That's one of the world's best places to find dinosaur fossils. Yeah. And at Miragaya, there you go. Yeah. And Jim says, wonderful place. I was there in June. Very, very cool. Yeah. Super neat. Miragaya is a beautiful stegosaur. Yeah. Just lovely. There we go. There's a really cool model from PNSO. There's some dispute over whether or not this dinosaur is the same or different from Dacentrurus, which is a stegosaur known from England. Some researchers think they're the same. Some researchers think that they're different. I don't have a horse in that fight. I don't really know enough about them. But what a cool critter. Miragaya. Holy moly. Stegosaurs are such cool animals. And Mr. Proxtor, you got to go to the Tyrrell and Drumheller last month. Very cool. I've still never been to the Tyrrell. And yeah, Luke Herman's Gaming, you're from the Netherlands? Super cool. Mosasaurus is not actually a dinosaur, but it's a giant extinct ocean-going lizard. Mosasaurus is a kind of lizard. Different from dinosaurs, but really important. The town in which Mosasaurus was found, Maastricht, that actually lent its name to a whole geological stage, the Maastrichtian, the last stage in the Cretaceous period. That's named after Maastricht. Yeah, cool stuff. But yeah, very impressive animal. And that's pretty neat, Jenko. That's very, very cool. We've got people from all kinds of cool places here in the chat. It makes me really happy. Very cool. Anyway, let's try and get back to our documentary here. Oh, Maastricht. Okay, thank you, Kacklinswerf. Maastricht. I'll try and remember that. Maastricht. We've got the emphasis on the second syllable.
When an alligator walks, it uses the same bones and muscles of the shoulder and forelimb that a bird uses to fly. It's the basic reptilian design from which the bird's wing evolved.
And hang on, Undid Kara says, good old Dinolist, Michigan. Well, Michigan does have other cool stuff. Like, oh, watch out, Mini Pie. I don't want you biting or scratching me. No, you're getting really frisky right now. So, Michigan is known for these fossils from the Devonian period. Polished, they look like this. These are, at least they used to be, genus Hexagonaria, fossil corals. So each one of those is like a separate coral animal. Like that. You'll find these on the west coast of Michigan, especially up north near the towns of Petoskey or Frankfurt, areas like that. I've collected these up there, and they're super cool. These are from long before the dinosaurs. So dinosaurs lived in the Cretaceous, Jurassic, and first evolved in the Triassic periods. Petoskey stones, these fossil corals, are from way back here in the Devonian period, when some of the first fishes were coming up onto land. Some of those fishopods are making their journey to a terrestrial existence, long before the dinosaurs. Oh, you're from Traverse City. Oh, very cool, Undead Kara. I've spent a good amount of time up there in northwest Michigan. I've flown into Traverse City Airport a few times. Just this past summer, I was down in... where was that? Near, like, Ludington, that area. I really like Western Michigan. It's one of my favorite places. But yeah, good stuff. Anyway, Mini Pie. Okay, she's demanding payment again. Let's get Mini Pie some treats here. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if that sates her. I'm glad you're crunching those up. That's what they're for. Good stuff. Ooh. Nice. She swallowed that one whole, which is not ideal, but... yeah. There you go, Minnie. How's that? You satisfied now? You're leaving crumbs on the desk. You should eat those. Look. There you go. Anyhow.
When an alligator walks, it uses the same bones and muscles of the shoulder and forelimb that a bird uses to fly. It's the basic reptilian design from which the bird's wing evolved. As the research reveals more detail about how the shoulder evolved into a wing, it may also provide a better understanding of what Archaeopteryx could or could not do, whether it was strictly a glider, for instance, or whether it could, in fact, take off from the ground.
We don't really know precisely what was going on with Archaeopteryx in terms of his function. We certainly have some good insight into its structure based on the fossil record and the limited specimens that we have.
There you go, Murph.
Who knows? Some more fossils may show up that'll help us. Perhaps an analysis of not only how a modern bird's shoulder works, but the workings of a variety of reptilian forms may give us some additional clues.
This work is still a long way from resolving any questions about the origin of flight. For now, the goal is simply to understand the problem.
All right, looking good. You have to understand that you're talking to a couple of biologists, and biologists, by their nature, are interested in any living organism, how it works. There's nothing more beautiful to me than a flying bird. The precision that the wing must move under the command and the influence of the nervous system.
Is it nothing more beautiful than a flying bird? Excuse me. What about a skateboarding bird? I think that's even more beautiful. What do you think, chat? I mean, I think this is the pinnacle of avian evolution right here, you know? I mean, look at that. Can't beat it, you know? Yeah. Or a surfing bird. Well, don't be ridiculous, Spartan. Surfing bird. Whoa, holy cow. Huh. Interesting. Anyway.
There's nothing more beautiful to me than a flying bird.
Except the skateboarding
precision
bird.
That the wing must move under the command.
Jim says penguins surf all the time. They do, don't they, Jim? Yeah. That's a good point. You know, also, something that I didn't even know existed until a couple years ago. These are incredible birds. Are people here familiar with the American dipper? This is not a joke. This is kind of passerine bird that dives into rivers to eat insects and other invertebrates. How cool is that? I don't know if it's quite surfing, but it's, oh, they are so incredibly cool. The American dipper. Let's see, there's footage of them swimming underwater. Let's take a look at this. They are so cool. So they actually forage in rivers and streams and creeks. And they get little water beetles and the larvae of various insects and stuff. They'll dive under the surface to get them. It's so cool. And it does make me wonder, I don't know if it's ever been studied, if their flight stroke, because these are flying birds, if their flight stroke is identical to or different from their swimming stroke. I wonder if they're using their wings differently underwater than they are when they're flying. You know? Yeah. They're so cool. And Cacklin's River says, we have the white-throated dipper in the Netherlands, but they're quite rare. When one is spotted, birders tend to flock to the spot. Interesting. Cool. I didn't know there were multiple species of dipper, though. I didn't realize there were any in Europe. Let's see how closely related they are on our Tree of Life. American dipper right there. Cinclus mexicanus. Dippers, 5 species. We also have the white-capped dipper. No common name for Cinclus schulzii. White-throated dipper, which is what Cacklinsdorf was talking about. And the brown dipper. Very cool. Yeah. Neat stuff. Very cool. Awesome. Anyway, dippers are cool birds. Even if they aren't skateboarding or surfing, they're still doing cool stuff, you know?
The influence of the nervous system is amazing.
Water starling. That's
and
neat.
That in of itself,
oh, wait. Hang on. Are they related to starlings, though? Dippers, thrushes, dippers, chats, and old world flycatchers. Huh. Where are starlings here? Okay, they're not super distant, but they're not super close either. Yeah. And chat is a bird. There you go, Squiggles. Yeah. Yeah, do you want to see yourselves here in on the Tree of Life. Chats and old world flycatchers. There you go. The Crimson Chat is going to be over here. Yellow chat, orange chat, white fronted chat, Gibberbird, honey eaters. Anyway, birds have such funny common names. They really do. This is why we use binomials, the scientific names of these animals, genus and species. It just lends itself to less confusion, you know? Yeah, and there you go, Spartan says, it's amazing how we type so well with just 3 fingers on each toe and a long beak. Yeah. I'm impressed, as usual. Anyhow. Birds.
Is worthy of our study.
The best hope for new information about the history of life is probably the same as it's always been in paleontology: new fossils. Here in the panhandle of northern Texas, a formation of...
Oh boy, is this going to be about Proto-Avis? We might continue this later. We got a question from Genko. Cliche and vague question. No, it's not a cliche or vague question. What's your number 1 dinosaur? Oh boy, number 1 dinosaur is tricky. I might say if I have to pick just one dinosaur, maybe this guy. Prerarchuncus prairiensis. This guy is particularly near and dear to my heart. Because, I'm one of the authors on the original paper from 2020. My team, or team that I was part of, published this animal. Trierarchuncus prairiensis. This is an alvarezsaur. Would look something like this in life. I like this because this is almost a caricature of these animals. Like, the claws are slightly too big, but they've got these big doofy claws. Just one big claw per hand on super short stubby arms. Yeah. Anyway, my
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Mulotasara, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. One of my old roommates found this claw right here when we were out in the field in 2015. And this was, at the time, the most complete alvarezsaur claw ever discovered. Even the very tip is preserved. It was a big deal. And that's kind of what allowed us to finally describe this animal as a new genus and species. That and 2 other claws that Denver Fowler found in the collections at Museum of the Rockies. People had been finding bits and pieces of this animal for about 30 or 40 years. But we finally had enough material where we could actually describe it properly, based on that find that Jack Wilson made in summer of 2015. So yeah, it's a cool critter. It's a cool critter. Anyway, I've got a few other favorite dinosaurs for various reasons. I've dug up a lot of Triceratops over the years. That's one of my favorite dinosaurs. Our new iguanodont that we've been digging up, possibly several new iguanodonts for the past 4 years in Utah. I'm sure that's going to be a favorite too once it gets published. Got a new ankylosaur and a new ceratopsian dinosaur from Montana that I worked on also. Eventually, when those get published, they'll be favorites as well. Yeah, and I also like Spinosaurids. That's a group of dinosaurs that I'm working on right now. Yeah. So my favorite dinosaurs are generally ones that I have a personal connection to. I've dug them up. I've discovered them in some cases. I've worked on them. Yeah. Anywho. Oh, and Diabloceratops. Holy cow, Genko.
I can see that my
Oh, holy cow, Spartan.
a year has been well spent.
Tier 3, 60 months, Spartan.
Are dinos, 1 paleobirds are dinos.
Holy moly, do I appreciate that.
3 paleodog, paleoscience, shake, paleo, YES move.
But, yeah, I also work with the discoverer of Diabloceratops, Dann. I think Jim may have been an author on Diabloceratops too, right? Yeah, I think it's, what is it? Yeah, Jim, you're a lead author on that paper, aren't you? Yeah. Here's an interview I did with Dann in 2022. Photographed the Diabloceratops skull, and I'm told that's your baby. You discovered and prepped that too, I think, right? Yeah. Sorry, this is I didn't realize how washed out we are right here. It's like we're here under the big the portable garages that we use in camp. So you can barely see us here. The lighting is not great. Yeah. But there's the discoverer of Diabloceratops there, Dann.
We had some funding from the BLM down in Grand Staircase, Escalante National Monument. So the Grand Staircase, of course, most people know, has been an amazing treasure trove of dinosaurs.
Definitely, yeah.
And so we worked along with the University of Utah. They had a little larger crew and younger folks that were a little more gung-ho.
Anyway, Dann is the assistant state paleontologist for the state of Utah. He works with Jim Kirkland, and I think I can show you this. Dann discovered Diabloceratops. And in his home, he has a cast of the skull. Oh, here, I took this picture to be able to show him. This was in Cleveland, Ohio. At the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. They've got a cast of Diabloceratops' skull on display. Very happy to see that. And then, what was it, like less than a week later? Was at Donn's place. He's got all kinds of Diabloceratops accoutrements on display. There's a sugar skull Diabloceratops somebody made for him. Diabloceratops model and some leatherworking. And then there is the Diabloceratops skull cast that's on display above his fireplace in his living room. Super, super cool. So Don's wife, Amy, got this for him as an anniversary gift, I think, one year. And it's pretty darn awesome. Like, what a remarkable thing to have on display in your home. To be able to say, yeah, is that dinosaur skull over there? That's a replica. I discovered the original, which is now in the museum in Salt Lake. I found that dinosaur. How cool is that, you know? Yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty darn cool. I've never worked on Deinosuchus, but a friend of mine, Ethan Cowgill, does work on Deinosuchus, Genko. Yeah. He works on that big old croc. Cool stuff. So yeah. Yeah, neat stuff. Anywho. And holy cow. Where have the hours gone? It's 6 o'clock already. I've got to wrap up this stream. I've got stuff to take care of tonight. I've got some chores to do. I've got that T-Rex skull to work on. So I can deliver that on Friday, hopefully. So it is time to wrap up today's stream. Don't go away just yet. We are... Here we go. Throw our credits over this Archaeopteryx specimen here. we'll find somebody else doing some science, maybe, whom we can raid into. Who else is online right now? Let's see. Oh, Casey Snowart is on. Let's go raid into Casey. Beautiful. Yeah, we'll be doing some more paleontologizing tomorrow. Same time, same place. 1 p.m. California time. See you there. Thank you, everybody who's being named in our credits right now. From long-time, long-running subscribers to new followers, to cheerers, to gifters, to the moderators who keep us all safe and sane around here. Thank you, mods, for everything that you do to help support this community. I appreciate that more than you know. I hope you had fun today, everybody. I know I certainly did, and I'm looking forward to some more of this tomorrow. Until then, all of you take care of yourselves and each other, and let's go see what Casey Snowart is up to, huh? All right. Bye-bye, everybody, and I'll see you soon.